foresaw Joseph's own death, and that of his brother and sister-in-law. You follow your own time sequences, however. The Psyche is not so limited. To it, your death has already occurred from your standpoint. Yet it is also true that from its standpoint, your birth has not yet happened. You have a greater experience then of your recognized time and existence frameworks. There, you can meet with relatives long dead, or with children not yet born. There, you can meet other portions of your own personhood that exist simultaneously with your own. In that framework, the so-called living and the so-called dead can mix freely. In such circumstances, you are literally becoming aware of other perspectives of existence. You are turning corners of being and discovering multidimensional depths of the psyche. Artists use perspective on a flat surface to try to capture there the feelings and experiences of depth that are, in themselves, alien to the flat canvas or paper or board. The artist may vividly evoke the image of a disappearing road that appears to be broad in the picture's foreground, only to turn smaller and smaller until it seems to vanish in some distant hidden point. No physical person will walk that road, however. An ant, crawling upon such a canvas, would hasten across just another flat surface, and be quite unaware of the inviting avenue in any painted fields or mountains. Now, in the dream state, you suddenly become aware on occasion of greater perspective. This perspective cannot quote-unquote work at your usual level of consciousness, any more than the artist's perspective will work for the ants, though there is much you could learn from an ant's consciousness. So your waking consciousness deals specifically with certain kinds of distinctions. These help form the very structure of physical existence. They highlight your lives, providing them also with a kind of frame. Quite simply, you want to experience a certain kind of reality, so you put boundaries about events that allow you to concentrate upon them. When an artist paints a picture, he uses discrimination. He or she chooses one area of concentration. Everything within the painting fits. So in your physical lives, you do the same thing. The artist knows that many pictures can be painted, and holds in mind paintings already produced and those in the planning stage as well. So the psyche holds equally lives in progress, lived or not yet lived, and deals with a greater perspective from which your ordinary perspective emerges. I often speak of you and the psyche as if they were separate, yet of course this is not the case. You are that portion of the psyche that you presently recognize. Many people say, I want to know myself, or I want to find myself, when the truth is that few really want to take the time or effort. There is one place to begin, however. Try becoming better acquainted with the self you are now. Stop telling yourself that you do not know yourself. There is little use in trying to discover other levels of your own reality if you insist upon applying the laws of physical life to your own larger experience. Then you will always be in a quandary, and no facts will fit. You cannot, however, insist that the laws of your vaster existence, as you discover them, supersede the physical conditions of known life. For then no facts would apply either. You will expect to live forever in the same physical body, or think that you can levitate with your body at will. You can indeed levitate, but not with your physical body, practically speaking in operational terms. You accepted a body, and that body will die. It has limitations, but these also serve to highlight certain kinds of experience. The body in which our friend Joseph viewed his relatives was not operationally physical. It was quite real, however, and at another level of reality, it was operational, suited to its environment. Now, in many ways, you simply have a brief attention span. The quote-unquote true facts are that you exist in this life and outside it simultaneously. You are quote unquote between lives and quote unquote in lives at once. The deeper dimensions of reality are such that your thoughts and actions not only affect the life you know, but also reach into all of those other simultaneous existences. What you think now is unconsciously perceived by some hypothetical 14th century self. The psyche is open-ended. No system is closed, psychological systems least of all. Your life is a dreaming experience to other portions of your greater reality which focus elsewhere. Their experiences are also a part of your dream heritage. You may ask, how real are those other existences? But if so, you must ask in whose terms? Existence has a physical version. In that framework, you are born and die, and in a definite sequence. Death is a physical reality. It is real, however, only in physical terms. If you accept those terms as the only criterion of reality, then surely it appears that death is an end to your consciousness. If, however, you learn to know yourself better in daily life, to become more fully aware even of your earthly life, then you will indeed receive other information that hints of a deeper, more supportive reality, in which physical existence rests. You will find yourself having experiences that do not fit recognized facts. These can add up to an alternate set of facts, pointing toward a different kind of reality, and give evidence for an inner existence that takes precedence over the physical assumptions. A certain kind of discretion and understanding is necessary, however. Basically, the inner reality is the creative source of the physical one. Yet, to some extent, the physical rules are also inviolate at their level. You can learn to vastly enrich your own experience. Theoretically, you can even become aware of other existences to some degree. You can travel in the dream state into levels of reality separated from your own. You can learn to use and experience time in new fashions. You can obtain knowledge from other portions of your own being and tap the psyche's resources. You can improve the world in which you live and the quality of life. But while you are physical, you will still experience birth and death, dawn and dusk, and the privacy of the moments, for this is the experience you have chosen. Even within that context, however, there are surprises and enchantments waiting if you simply learn to expand your awareness, exploring not only the dream state, but your waking reality in more adventuresome ways. Your dreaming psyche is awake. Many of you have allowed your normal waking consciousness to become blurred, inactive relatively speaking, so that you are only half aware of the life that you have. You are your psyche's living expression, its human manifestation. Yet you allow yourselves often to become blind to brilliant aspects of your own existence. In Joseph's dream, his brother's features had an oriental cast. Joseph knew that his brother lived as himself and also as an oriental, unknown to Joseph in his present life. If Joseph had seen two people, one his brother and one an oriental, he would not have recognized the stranger. So in the dream, his brother's known appearance dominated, while the oriental affiliation is merely suggested. In your own lives, you will use such psychic shorthand or utilize symbols in which you try to explain the greater dimensions of one reality in terms of the known one. Again, the dimensions of the psyche must be experienced to whatever degree. They cannot be simply defined. In the following chapter, then, I will suggest some exercises that will allow you direct experience with portions of your own reality that may have escaped you thus far. Chapter 3: Association, the Emotions, and a Different Frame of Reference. You normally organize your experience in terms of time. Your usual stream of consciousness is also highly associative, however. Certain events in the present will remind you of past ones, for example, and sometimes your memory of the past will color present events. Association or no, physically you will remember events in time, with present moments neatly following past ones. The psyche deals largely with associative processes, however, as it organizes events through association. Time as such has little meaning in that framework. Associations are tied together, so to speak, by emotional experience. In a large manner, the emotions defy time. When you are in touch with your psyche, you experience direct knowledge. Direct knowledge is comprehension. When you are dreaming, you are experiencing direct knowledge about yourself or about the world. You are comprehending your own being in a different way. When you are reading a book, you are experiencing indirect knowledge that may or may not lead to comprehension. Comprehension itself exists whether or not you have the words or even the thoughts to express it. You may comprehend the meaning of a dream without understanding it at all in verbal terms. Your ordinary thoughts may falter or slip and slide around your inner comprehensions without ever really coming close to expressing it. Dreams deal with associations and with emotional validities that often do not seem to make sense in the usual world. I said before that no one can easily give you a definition of the psyche. It must be experienced. Since the activities, wisdom, and perception rise largely from another kind of reference, then you must often learn to interpret your encounter with the psyche to your usual self. One of the largest difficulties here is the issue of organization. In regular life, you organize your experience very neatly and push it into accepted patterns or channels, into preconceived ideas and beliefs. You tailor it to fit time sequences. Again, the psyche's organizations follow no such learned predisposition. Its products can appear chaotic simply because they splash over your accepted ideas about what experience is. In Seth Speaks, I tried to describe certain extensions of your own reality in terms that my readers could understand. In The Nature of Personal Reality, I tried to extend the practical boundaries of individual existence as it is usually experienced. I tried to give the readers hints that would increase practical, spiritual, and physical enjoyment and fulfillment in daily life. Those books were dictated by me in a more or less straight narrative style. In Unknown Reality, I went further, showing how the experiences of the psyche splash outward into the daylight, so to speak. Hopefully in that book, through my dictation and through Rupert's and Joseph's experiences, the reader could see the greater dimensions that touch ordinary living and sense the psyche's magic. That book required much more work on Joseph's part, and that additional effort itself was a demonstration that the psyche's events are very difficult to pin down in time. Seemingly, its action goes out in all directions. It may be easier to say, for example, this or that event began at such a time and ended later at such and such a time. As Joseph did his notes, however, it became apparent that some events could hardly be so pinpointed, and indeed seemed to have no beginning or end. Because you tie your experience so directly to time, you rarely allow yourselves any experiences, except in dreams, that seem to defy it. Your ideas about the psyche, therefore, limit your experience of it. Rupert is far more lenient than most of my readers in that regard. Still, he often expects his own rather unorthodox experiences to appear in the kind of orderly garb with which you are all familiar. In our last book session, I gave the title for this chapter, mentioning the emotions and association, and the fact that the psyche must be directly experienced. I have not dictated a book session per se again until this evening. In the meantime, Rupert has been experiencing dimensions of the psyche new to him. It did not occur to him that those experiences had anything to do with this book, or that in acting so spontaneously he was following any kind of inner order. He wanted these pages to follow neatly, one by one. Each of his experiences, however, demonstrates the ways in which the psyche's direct experiences defy your prosaic concepts of time, reality, and the orderly sequence of events. They also served to point up the differences between knowledge and comprehension, and emphasize the importance of desire and of the emotions. In a way, of course, my own experience is divorced from that of my readers. As this information, the Seth material, is sifted through Rupert's experience, you are able to see how it applies to the existence that is quote-unquote presently yours. Rupert's experiences of late are particularly important, in that by implication they run counter to many accepted core beliefs that are generally held. We will use these latest episodes as an opportunity to discuss the presence of knowledge that appears to be quote-unquote supernormal, available but usually untouched. We will further describe the triggers that can make such information practical, or bring it into practical range. First of all, there are several points I want to make. You are born with the inclination toward language. Language is implied in your physical structure. You are born with the inclination to learn and to explore. When you are conceived, there is already a complete pattern for your grown physical body, a pattern that is definite enough to give you the recognizable kind of adult form, while variable enough to allow for literally infinite variations. It would be idiotic of you to say that you were forced to become an adult, however. For one thing, at any given time you could end the process, and many do. In other words, because the pattern for development exists in your terms, this does not mean that each such development is not unique. In your terms again, then at any one Earth time, many such patterns exist. In greater respects, however, all time is simultaneous, and so all such physical patterns exist at once. In the psychic areas, all patterns for knowledge, cultures, civilizations, personal and mass accomplishments, sciences, religions, technologies, and arts exist in the same fashion. The private psyche, the part of you that you do not recognize, is aware of those patterns, even as it is aware of private physical biological patterns about which it forms your image. Certain leanings, inclinations, and probabilities are present then in your biological structure, to be triggered or not according to your purposes and intents. You may personally have the ability to be a fine athlete, for example, yet your inclinations and intents may carry you in a different direction, so that the necessary triggers are not activated. Each individual is gifted in a variety of ways. His or her own desires and beliefs activate certain abilities and ignore others. The human species has built into it all of the knowledge, information, and quote-unquote data that it can possibly need under any and all conditions. This heritage must be triggered psychically, however, as a physical mechanism such as a muscle is triggered through desire or intent. This does not mean that you learn what in larger terms you already know, as for example, if you learn a skill, without the triggering desire, the skill would not be developed. But even when you do learn a skill, you use it in your own unique way. Still, the knowledge of mathematics and the arts is as much within you as your genes are within you. You usually believe that all such information must come from outside of yourself, however. Certainly, mathematical formulas are not imprinted in the brain, yet they are inherent in the structure of the brain and implied within its existence. Your own focus determines the information that is available to you. I will here give you an example. Rupert paints as a hobby. Sometimes he paints for fairly long periods of time, then forgets about it. Joseph is an artist. Rupert has been wondering about the contents of the mind, curious as to what information was available to it. The Christmas holidays were approaching. He asked Joseph what he would like for a gift, and Joseph more or less replied, a book on Cézanne. Rupert's love for Joseph, his own purposes, and his growing questions, along with his interest in painting in general, triggered exactly the kind of stimulus that broke through conventional beliefs about time and knowledge. Rupert tuned into Cézanne's quote-unquote worldview. He did not contact Cézanne per se, but Cézanne's comprehension of painting as an art. Rupert is not technically facile enough to follow Cézanne's directions. Joseph is facile enough, but he would not want to follow the vision of another. The information, however, is extremely valuable, and knowledge on any kind of subject is available in just such a manner, but it is attained through desire and through intent. This does not mean that any person spontaneously with no instruction can suddenly become a great artist or writer or scientist. It does mean, however, that the species possesses within itself those inclinations which will flower. It means also that you are limiting the range of your knowledge by not taking advantage of such methods. It does not mean that in your terms all knowledge already exists either, for knowledge automatically becomes individualized as you receive it, and hence new. Your desire automatically attracts the kind of information you require, though you may or may not be aware of it. If you are gifted and want to be a musician, for example, then you may literally learn while you are asleep, tuning in to the world views of other musicians, both alive and dead in your terms. When you are awake, you will receive inner hints, nudges, or inspirations. You may still need to practice, but your practice will be largely in joy and will not take as long as it might others. The reception of such information facilitates skill and operates basically outside of time's sequences. Rupert's Cézanne material therefore comes very quickly, taking a bare portion of the day. Yet its quality is such that professional art critics could learn from it, though some of their productions might take much longer periods of time and result from an extensive conscious knowledge of art, which Rupert almost entirely lacks. The productions of the Psyche by their nature, therefore, burst aside many most cherished beliefs. It seems almost heresy to suppose that such knowledge is available, for then what use is education? Yet education should serve to introduce a student to as many fields of endeavor as possible, so that he or she might recognize those that serve as natural triggers, opening skills or further development. The student will then pick and choose. The Cézanne material was from the past, yet future knowledge is quite as accessible. There are, of course, probable futures from the standpoint of your past. Future information is theoretically available there, just as the body's quote-unquote future pattern of development was at your birth, and that certainly was practical. Now, there are then other ways of receiving information than those you take for granted. There are other kinds of knowledge also. These deal with organizations with which you are generally not familiar. It is not merely a matter of learning new methods to acquire knowledge then, but a situation in which old methods must be momentarily set aside, along with the type of knowledge that is associated with them. It is not a matter either of there simply being one other category of knowledge, for there are numerous other such categories, many of them biologically within your reach. Various so-called esoteric traditions provide certain methods that allow an individual to set aside accepted modes of perception and offer patterns that may be used as containers for these other kinds of knowledge. Even these containers must necessarily shape the information received, however. Some such methods are very advantageous, yet they have also become too rigid and autocratic, allowing little room for deviation. Dogmas are then set up about them, so that only a certain body of data is considered acceptable. The systems no longer have the flexibility that first gave them birth. The kind of knowledge upon which you depend needs verbalization. It is very difficult for you to consider the accumulation of any kind of knowledge without the use of language as you understand it. Even your remembered dreams are often verbalized constructs. You may also use images, but these are familiar images, born of the educated and hence prejudiced physical perceptions. Those remembered dreams have meaning and are very valuable, but they are already organized for you to some extent and put into a shape that you can somewhat recognize. Beneath those levels, however, you comprehend events in an entirely different fashion. These whole comprehensions are then packaged even in the dream state and translated into usual sense terms. Any information or knowledge must have a pattern if you are going to understand it at all. Rupert's own painting, his knowledge of his psychic abilities, his love of Joseph, all served to form a pattern which then attracted the Cézanne material. He received this quote-unquote automatically, writing down the words that came almost too quickly for him to follow. His craft or art of writing brought the material to clear focus. The information itself, however, had nothing to do with words, but with an overall comprehension of the nature of painting, a direct knowing. Rupert used his own abilities as a container then. This direct kind of knowledge is available again on any subject to anyone who provides a suitable pattern through desire, love, intent, or belief. Rupert wondered later if I dreamed. My own usual state of consciousness is far different from yours. I do not alternate between waking and sleeping as you do. Still, I have states of consciousness that could be compared to your dream state, and that I am myself not as involved in them as I am in others. If I said to you, I control my dream state, you might have an idea of what I mean. Yet I do not control my dreams. I fulfill them. What you could call my dreaming state is involved with the levels I spoke of that exist beneath your remembered dreams. I said earlier that there were many kinds of knowledge. Think of them instead as states of knowledge. Perception of any of these takes a consciousness attuned to each. In my quote-unquote waking condition, I operate at many levels of consciousness at once, and deal therefore with different systems of knowledge. In my quote-unquote dream condition, or rather conditions, I form links of consciousness that combine these various systems, creatively forming them into new versions. Quote-unquote waking, again, I become consciously aware of those activities and use them to add to the dimensions of my usual state, creatively expanding my experience of reality. What I learn is transmitted automatically to others like me, and their knowledge is transmitted to me. We are each consciously aware of these transmissions. In the terms usually familiar to you, you think of quote-unquote the conscious mind. In those terms, there are many conscious minds. You are so prejudiced, however, that you ignore information that you have been taught cannot be conscious. All of your experience, therefore, is organized according to your beliefs. It is much more natural to remember your dreams than not to remember them. It is presently in the vogue to say that the conscious mind, as you consider it, deals with survival. It deals with survival only insofar as it promotes survival in your particular kind of society. In those terms, if you remembered your dreams, and if you benefited consciously from that knowledge, even your physical survival would be better assured. One level of dream life deals particularly with the biological condition of the body, giving you not just hints of health difficulties, but the reasons for them and the ways to circumvent them. Information about the probable future is also given to help you make conscious choices. You have taught yourselves that you cannot be conscious in your dreams, however, because you interpret the word quote-unquote conscious so that it indicates only your own prejudiced concept. As a result, You do not have any culturally acceptable patterns that allow you to use your dreams competently. Trance states, daydreaming, hypnotism. These give you some hint of the various differences that can occur from the standpoint of waking consciousness. In each, reality appears in another fashion, and for that matter, different rules apply. In the dream state, far greater variations occur. The key to the dream state, however, lies in the waking one as far as you are concerned. You must change your ideas about dreaming, alter your concepts about it, before you can begin to explore it. Otherwise, your own waking prejudice will close the door. As it is, you express very little of your entire personhood. My remark has nothing to do with your accepted concepts of the unconscious portions of the self. Your ideas of the unconscious are so linked to your limited ideas of personhood as to be meaningless in this discussion. It is as if you used only one finger of your hand and then said, "This is the proper expression of my personhood." It is not just that there are other functions of the mind unused, but that in those terms you have other minds. You have one brain, it is true, but you allow it to use only one station, or to identify itself with only one mind of many. It seems evident to you that one person has one mind. You identify with the mind you use. If you had another, then it would seem as if you must be someone else. A mind is a psychic pattern through which you interpret and form reality. You have physical limbs that you can see. You have minds that are invisible. Each one can organize reality in a different fashion. Each one deals with its own kind of knowledge. These minds all work together to keep you alive through the physical structure of the brain. When you use all of these minds, then and only then do you become fully aware of your surroundings. You perceive reality more clearly than you do now, more sharply, brilliantly, and concisely. At the same time, however, you comprehend it directly. You comprehend what it is apart from your physical perception of it. You accept as yourself those other states of consciousness native to your other minds. You achieve true personhood. In terms of history, some ancient races achieved such goals, but in your terms, so long ago that you cannot find evidence of their knowledge. Throughout the centuries, various individuals have come close, yet had no vehicle of expression that would have enabled the members of the species to understand. They possessed methods, but the methods presupposed or necessitated a knowledge that others did not possess. Now, you experience yourself in a certain way, topside, so to speak. And so, in order to take advantage of information at other levels of awareness, you must learn to experience those other organizational systems with which you are usually unfamiliar. Often, the seeming meaninglessness of dreams is the result of your own ignorance of dream symbolism and organization. For example, you may also misinterpret quote-unquote revelatory material because you try to structure it in reference to your ordinary conscious organizations. Many valuable and quite practical insights that could be utilized go astray, therefore. I am going to suggest, then, some simple exercises that will allow you to directly experience the quote-unquote feel of your being in a different way. First of all, the various kinds of organizations used by the psyche can be compared, at one level at least, with different arts. Music is not better than the visual arts, for example. A sculpture cannot be compared with a musical note. I am not saying, then, that one mode of organization is better than another. You have simply specialized in one of the many arts of consciousness, and that one can be vastly enriched by knowledge and practice of the others. First of all, these other organizations do not deal primarily with time at all. but with the emotions and associative processes. When you understand how your own associations work, then you will be in a much better position to interpret your own dreams, for example, and finally to make an art of them. There are several approaches to these exercises. The idea will be to experience emotions and events as much as possible outside of time sequences. As I have mentioned many times, cellular comprehension deals with probabilities and encompasses future and past, so at that level of activity, time as you understand it does not exist. You are not consciously aware of such data, however. The psyche, at the other end of the scale, so to speak, is also free of time. Often, however, your own stream of consciousness leads you to think of events outside of their usual order. You may receive a letter from your Aunt Bessie, for example. In a matter of moments, it may trigger you to think of events in your childhood, so that many mental images fly through your mind. You might wonder if your aunt will take an anticipated journey to Europe next year, and that thought might give birth to images of an imagined future. All of these thoughts and images will be colored by the emotions that are connected to the letter, and to all of the events with which you and your aunt have been involved. The next time you find yourself in the middle of a like experience, with associations flowing freely, then become more aware of what you are doing. Try to sense the mobility involved. You will see that the events will not necessarily be structured according to usual time, but according to emotional content. Thoughts of your own next birthday, for instance, may instantly lead you to think of past ones, or a series of birthday pictures may come to mind of your own 12th birthday, your 3rd, your 7th, in an order uniquely your own. The order will be determined by emotional associations, the same kind followed by the dreaming self. What did you wear to work 3 days ago? What did you have for breakfast a week ago? Who sat next to you in kindergarten? What frightened you last? Are you afraid of sleep? Did your parents beat you? What did you do just after lunch yesterday? What color shoes did you wear 3 days ago? You remember only significant events or details. Your emotions trigger your memories, and they organize your associations. Your emotions are generated through your beliefs. They attach themselves so that certain beliefs and emotions seem almost synonymous. The next time an opportunity arises, and you recognize the presence of a fairly strong emotion in yourself, then let your associations flow. Events and images will spring to mind in an out-of-time context. Some such remembered events will make sense to you. You will clearly see the connection between the emotion and event, but others will not be so obvious. Experience the events as clearly as you can. When you are finished, purposefully alter the sequence. Remember an event, and then follow it with the memory of one that actually came earlier. Pretend that the future one came before the past one. Now, for another exercise, imagine a very large painting in which the most important events of your life are clearly depicted. First of all, see them as a series of scenes, arranged in small squares to be viewed as you would, say, a comic book page. The events must be of significance to you. If school graduation meant nothing, for example, do not paint it in. Have the pictures begin at the upper left-hand corner, ending finally at the lower right-hand corner. Then, completely switch the sequence, so that the earliest events are at the lower right-hand corner. When you have done this, ask yourself which scene evokes the strongest emotional response. Tell yourself that it will become larger and larger. Then mentally watch its size change. Certain dynamics are involved here, so that such a scene will also attract elements from other scenes. Allow those other scenes to break up then. The main picture will attract elements from all of the others, until you end up with an entirely different picture. one made up of many of the smaller scenes, but united in an entirely new fashion. You must do this exercise, however, for simply reading about it will not give you the experience that comes from the actual exercise. Do it many times. Now, consciously construct a dream. Tell yourself you are going to do so, and begin with the first thought or image that comes to mind. When you are finished with your daydream, then use free association to interpret it to yourself. Some of you will meet with some resistance in these exercises. You will enjoy reading about them, but you will find all kinds of excuses that prevent you from trying them yourself. If you are honest, many of you will sense a reluctance for certain qualities of consciousness are brought into play that run counter to your usual conscious experience. You might feel as if you are crossing your wires, so to speak, or stretching vaguely sensed psychic muscles. The purpose is not so much the perfect execution of such exercises as it is to involve you in a different mode of experience and of awareness that comes into being as you perform in the ways suggested. You have been taught not to mix, say, waking and dreaming conditions, not to daydream. You have been taught to focus all of your attention clearly, ambitiously, energetically in a particular way. So daydreaming, or mixing and matching modes of consciousness, appears passive in a derogatory fashion, or non-active, or idle. The devil finds work for idle hands, an old Christian dictum. Unfortunately, certain aspects of Christianity were stressed over others, and that dictum was based upon the belief of a wicked self that needed to be disciplined and diverted into constructive activity. The belief in such an unsavory self stops many people from any exploration of the inner self, and therefore from any direct experience that will give them counter evidence. If you are afraid of yourself, if you are afraid of your own memories, you will block your associative processes, fearing, for example, that they will bring to light matters best forgotten, and usually sexual matters. Sexuality is the only strong area of energy with which some people are connected, so it becomes the focal point for all of their beliefs about the self in general. In doing some of these exercises, you might come across images of masturbation, homosexual or lesbian encounters, or simply old sexual fantasies, and immediately backtrack because your beliefs may tell you that these are evil. You will not remember or want to remember your own dreams for the same reason. Many people, therefore, tell themselves that they are very impatient to discover the nature and extent of the psyche and cannot understand why they meet with so little success. At the same time, such beliefs convince them that the self is evil. These beliefs must be weeded out. If you cannot honestly encounter the dimensions of your creaturehood, you surely cannot explore the greater dimensions of the psyche. This blocking of associations, however, is a very important element that impedes many people. The psyche's organizations are broader, and in their way more rational than most of your conscious beliefs about the self. Many individuals are afraid that they will be swept away by inner explorations, that insanity will overtake them, when instead the physical stance of the body and personality is firmly rooted in these alternate organizations. There is nothing wrong with the conscious mind. You have simply put a lid on it, allowing it to be only so conscious and no more. You have said, here it is safe to be conscious, and here it is not. Many of you believe that it is safe to make a nuclear bomb, but that it is insane to use your dreams as another method of manipulating daily life, or that it is all right to be consciously aware of your viruses, wars, and disasters, but that it is not all right to be consciously aware of other portions of the self that could solve such problems. The idea, then, is not to annihilate normal consciousness, but quite literally to expand it by bringing into its focus other levels of reality that it can indeed intrinsically perceive and utilize. I will suggest many exercises throughout this book. Some of them will necessitate variations of normal consciousness. I may ask you to forget physical stimuli or suggest that you amplify them, but I am nowhere stating that your mode of consciousness is wrong. It is limited, not by nature, but by your own beliefs and practice. You have not carried it far enough. Some night as you fall to sleep, try telling yourself that you will pretend you are awake while you sleep. Suggest that instead of falling asleep, you will come into another kind of wakefulness. Try to imagine that you are awake when you sleep. On other occasions, when you go to bed, lie down and settle yourself, but as you fall asleep, imagine that you are awakening the next morning. I will not tell you what to look for. The doing of these exercises is important, not the results in usual terms. I said that there were different kinds of knowledge. So will these exercises bring you in contact with knowledge in another way. Done over a period of time, they will open up alternate modes of perception so that you can view your experience from more than one standpoint. This means that your experience will itself change in quality. Sometime when you are awake and it is convenient, imagine that your present experience of the moment is a dream and is highly symbolic. Then try to interpret it as such. Who are the people? What do they represent? If that experience were a dream, what would it mean? And into what kind of waking life would you rise in the morning? The qualities of consciousness cannot be elucidated. These exercises will bring you in contact with other kinds of knowing and acquaint you with different feelings of consciousness that are not familiar. Your consciousness itself will then have a different feel as the exercises are done. Certain questions that you may have asked may be answered in such a state, but not in ways that you can anticipate, nor can you necessarily translate the answers into known terms. The different modes of consciousness with which I hope to acquaint you are not alien, however. They are quite native, again, in dream states, and are always present as alternatives beneath usual awareness. Sometime as you walk down a street, pretend that you are seeing the same scene from the sky in an airplane, yourself included. On another occasion, as you sit inside your house, imagine that you are outside on the lawn or street. All of these exercises should be followed by a return to the present. You focus your attention outward in the present moment as clearly as possible, letting the sounds and sights of the physical situation come into your attention. The other exercises, in fact, will result in a clearer picture of the world, for they will facilitate the very motion of your perceptions, allowing you to perceive nuances in the physical situation that before would have escaped your notice. You will be dealing with practical, direct experience. It will do you no good if you are simply intellectually aware of what I say, but practically ignorant. Therefore, the exercises will be important because they will offer you evidence of your own greater perceptive abilities. Continue to rely upon known channels of information, but implement these and begin to explore the unrecognized ones also available. What information do you have, for example, presently unknown to yourself? Try your hand at predicting future events. In the beginning, it does not matter whether or not your predictions are quote-unquote true. You will be stretching your consciousness into areas usually unused. Do not put any great stake in your predictions, for if you do, you will be very disappointed if they do not work out and end the entire procedure. If you continue, you will indeed discover that you are aware of some future events when such knowledge is not available in usual terms. If you persist, then over a period of time you will discover that you do very well in certain areas, while in others you may fail miserably. There will be associative patterns that you follow successfully, leading you toward quote-unquote correct precognitions. You will also discover that the emotions are highly involved in such procedures. You will perceive information that is significant to you for some reason. That significance will act like a magnet, attracting those data to you. Now, in the normal course of events, you attract experience in the same fashion. You anticipate events. You are aware of them before they happen, whether or not you ever succeed in conscious predictions. You form your life, however, through the intimate interworkings of your own conscious goals and beliefs. While your future can on occasion be correctly perceived ahead of time by a gifted psychic, the future is too plastic for any kind of systematized framework. Free will is always involved. Yet many people are frightened of remembering dreams because they fear that a dream of disaster will necessarily be followed by such an event. The mobility of consciousness provides far greater freedom. In fact, such a dream can instead be used to circumnavigate such a probability. Only if you understand your own freedom in such areas will you allow yourself to explore alternate states of consciousness, or the environment of dreams. Such exercises are not to be used to supersede the world you know, but to supplement it, to complete it, and to allow you to perceive its true dimensions. There is no need to divorce the waking and dreaming states in the particular fashion that currently operates, for they are complementary states, not opposite ones. A good deal of life's normal dimensions are dependent upon your dream experience. Your entire familiarity with the world of symbols arises directly from the dreaming self. In certain terms, language itself has its roots in the dreaming condition, and man dreamed that he spoke long before language was born. He dreamed of flying, and that impetus led to the physical inventions that made mechanical flight possible. I am not speaking symbolically here, but quite literally. From the beginning, I said that the self was not confined to the body. This means that the consciousness has other methods of perceiving information, that even in physical life, experience is not confined to what is sensed in usual terms. This remains fine theory, however, unless you allow yourself enough freedom to experiment with other modes of perception. Chapter 4. The Psyche in Relationship to Sexual Elements. The He and She. The She and He. Now, distorted ideas about sexuality prevent many people from attaining any close connection with the inner experience that continually stirs beneath ordinary consciousness. It is a good idea, then, to look at the psyche and its relationship to sexual identity. The psyche is not male or female. In your system of beliefs, however, it is often identified as feminine, along with the artistic productions that emerge from its creativity. In that context, the day hours and waking consciousness are thought of as masculine, along with the sun, while at the nighttime, the moon and the dreaming consciousness are considered feminine or passive. In the same manner, aggression is usually understood to be violent, assertive action, male-oriented, while female elements are identified in terms of the nurturing principle. Physically speaking, you would have no males or females unless you first had individuals. You are each individuals first of all then. After this, you are individuals of a specific sex, biologically speaking. The particular kind of focus that you have is responsible for the great significance you place upon male and female. Your hand and your foot have different functions. If you want to focus upon the differences in their behavior, you could build an entire culture based upon their diverse capabilities, functions, and characteristics. Hands and feet are obviously equipment belonging to both sexes, however. Still, on another level, the analogy is quite valid. The psyche is male and female, female and male. But when I say this, I realize that you put your own definitions upon those terms to begin with. Biologically, the sexual orientation is the method chosen for continuation of the species. Otherwise, however, no specific psychological characteristics of any kind are attached to that biological functioning. I am quite aware that in your experience, definite physical and psychological differences do exist. Those that do are the result of programming and are not inherent, even biologically, in the species itself. The vitality of the species, in fact, was assured because it did not overspecialize in terms of sexuality. There was no fixed mating period, for example. Instead, the species could reproduce freely, so that in the event of a catastrophe of any kind, it would not be so tied into rigid patterns that it might result in extinction. The challenges and problems of the species were different from those of others. It needed additional safeguards. The more flexible mating pattern was one. With this came a greater diversity in individual characteristics and behavior, so that no individual was bound to a strictly biological role. If that were true, the species never would have been concerned beyond the issues of physical survival, and such is not the case. The species could have survived quite well physically without philosophy, the arts, politics, religion, or even structured language. It could have followed completely different paths, those tied strictly to biological orientation. There would have been no question of men performing so-called feminine tasks, or of women performing so-called masculine tasks, for there no leeway for that kind of individual action would have existed. For that matter, there is far greater leeway in the behavior of animals than you understand, for you interpret animal behavior according to your own beliefs. You interpret the past history of your species in the same manner. It seems to you that the female always tended to the offspring, for example, nursing them, that she was forced to remain close to home while the man fought off enemies or hunted for food. The ranging male, therefore, appears to have been more curious and aggressive. There was instead a different kind of situation. Children do not come in litters. The family of the caveman was a far more quote-unquote democratic group than you suppose. Men and women working side by side, children learning to hunt with both parents, women stopping to nurse a child along the way. The species standing apart from others because it was not ritualized in sexual behavior. Except for the fact that males could not bear children, the abilities of the sexes were interchangeable. The male was usually heavier, a handy physical advantage in some areas, but the woman was lighter and could run faster. Women were also somewhat lighter because they would bear the additional weight of a child. Even then, of course, there were variances, for many women are larger than small men. But the women could hunt as well as the men. If compassion, kindness, and gentleness were feminine characteristics only, then no male could be kind or compassionate, because such feelings would not be biologically possible. If your individuality was programmed by your biological sex, then it would be literally impossible for you to perform any action that was not sexually programmed. A woman cannot father a child, nor can a male bear one. Since you are otherwise free to perform other kinds of activity that you think of as sexually oriented, in those areas the orientation is cultural. You imagine, however, that the male is aggressive, active, logical-minded, inventive, outwardly oriented, a builder of civilizations. You identify the ego as male. The unconscious therefore seems to be female, and the feminine characteristics are usually given as passive, intuitive, nurturing, creative, uninventive, concerned with preserving the status quo, disliking change. At the same time, you consider the intuitive elements rather frightening, as if they can explode to disrupt known patterns in unknown ways. Males who are creatively gifted find themselves in some dilemma, for their rich sensed creativity comes into direct conflict with their ideas of virility. Women who possess characteristics that are thought to be masculine have the same problem on the other side. In your terms, the psyche is a repository of characteristics that operate in union, composed of female and male elements. The human psyche contains such patterns that can be put together in multitudinous ways. You have categorized human abilities so that it seems that you are men or women and men primarily, and persons secondarily. Your personhood exists first, however. Your individuality gives meaning to your sex, and not the other way around. Now, in direct opposition to current theories about the past, there was far less sexual specialization, say, in the time of the caveman than now. The family was a very cooperative unit. The basis of early society was cooperation, not competition. Families grouped together. There were children of various ages in such a band all the time. When women were near birth, they performed those chores that could be done in the cave dwellings or nearby, and also watched other young children, while the women who were not pregnant were off with the males, hunting and gathering food. If a mother died, the father took over her responsibilities, the qualities of love and affection being quite as alive in him as in the female. After a woman bore, she nursed the child, taking it with her on food-gathering excursions, or sometimes letting other women in the group nurse the child. Often after childbirth, women immediately joined the hunting expeditions, and the father made clothing from animals' hides at home. This allowed the male to rest after prolonged hunting activity, and meant that no adult member of a family became overexhausted. The work, then, was interchangeable. Children began food gathering and hunting as soon as they were able to, females as well as males, led by the older children, going further away as they progressed in strength. Qualities of inventiveness, curiosity, and ingenuity could not be delegated to one sex alone. The species could not have survived in such a division. You are so used to thinking in terms of mechanics that it seems to you that uneducated people did not understand the connection between the sexual act of intercourse and childbirth. You are so used to one kind of explanation for childbirth, so familiar with one specific framework, that alternate explanations appear to be the height of nonsense. So it is fashionable to believe that early man did not understand the connection between intercourse and birth. Even the animals, however, understand without words or language the importance of their sexual behavior. Early man was hardly more ignorant. The male knew what he was doing even without textbooks that outlined the entire procedure. The female understood the connections between the child born and the sexual act. It is the height of idiocy to imagine that because of the time taken in pregnancy, the female could not understand the child's origin in intercourse. The body's knowledge did not need a complicated language. For that matter, your literal interpretation of childbirth is by some standards a highly limited one. In your terms, it is technically correct. But a child born to two parents is also an offspring of the earth, its tissues as surely a part of the earth as any tree or flower or burst of ocean spray. A human child, true, but an offspring in which the entire history of the earth is involved. A new creation arising not just from two parents, but from the entire gestalt of nature from which the parents themselves once emerged. a private yet public affair in which the physical elements of the earth become individualized, in which Psyche and earth cooperate in a birth that is human and, in other terms, divine. Now, historically speaking, early man, in his way, understood those connections far better than you do, and used language as he developed it to express, first of all, this miracle of birth, for he saw that he constantly replenished his kind, and that all other species were replenished in the same manner. There was always more land. No matter how fast he ran or how far he traveled, early man could not run out of land, or trees, or forests, or food supplies. If he came to a desert, he still knew that fertile lands were somewhere available, even if it was a matter of finding them. But the world itself seemed to have no end. It was literally a limitless world, in a way most difficult for you to understand, for to you, the world has shrunk. This unlimited world constantly replenished itself. Children came from women's wombs. Man was acquainted with death, and many children were stillborn, or were naturally aborted. This also, however, was in the natural order of things, and was done far more easily then than now. All flower seeds do not fall on fertile ground and bring forth other flowers. The seeds that do not grow up go back into the ground, forming the basis for other life. Biologically speaking, fetuses grow and develop. And when innate consciousness merges with proper form, the conditions are right for the birth of a healthy child. When the conditions are not right, the child does not develop properly. Nature aborts it. The physical elements return to the earth to become the basis for other life. Only those children perfectly attuned to their environment in time and space survived. This does not mean that the consciousness of a child was annihilated, for example, if it was naturally aborted. It did not develop. While there was no mating period, still there was a close biological relationship between the species and the earth, so that women naturally conceived when situations of climate, food supplies, and other elements were beneficial. Biologically, the species knew ahead of time when droughts would appear, for example, and it automatically altered its rate of conception to compensate. Left alone, animal species do the same thing. In broad terms, early man was struck by the fact that all things seemed to reproduce themselves, and it was this fact that first caught his attention. Later, he used what you think of as myths to explain this abundance. Yet those myths contained a kind of knowledge that escapes your literal specific interpretations of sexual events. Such knowledge resides in the psyche, however. If you have any direct experience with your own psyche, then you will most likely find yourself encountering some kinds of events that will not easily fit with your own ideas about your sexual nature. Your beliefs about sexuality, and hence your experience with it, makes you consider it in a very limiting light. The psyche's own knowledge, of course, is far more expansive. Alterations of consciousness, or attempts on the part of the individual to explore the inner self, may then easily display glimpses of a kind of sexuality that can appear to be deviant or unnatural. Even when social scientists or biologists explore human sexuality, they do so from the framework of sexuality as it appears in your world. There are quite natural sexual variations, even involving reproduction, that are not now apparent in human behavior in any culture. These variations appear in your world on only fairly microscopic levels, or in the behavior of other species than your own. When racial conditions require it, it is quite possible for an individual to both father and mother a child. In such cases, what you would call complete spontaneous sexual reverses or transformations would occur. Such processes are quite possible at microscopic levels, and inherent in the cellular structure. Even in your world, currently speaking, some individuals known as women could father their own children. Some individuals known as men could give birth to a child fathered by the same person. Could. The abilities are there. The male-female, female-male orientation is not nearly as separate as it appears to be in your present experience. It is not nearly as tied to psychological characteristics as you suppose, nor is it inherently focused in the particular age period in which it now shows itself. Puberty arrives, so to speak, but the time of its arrival varies according to the needs of the species, its conditions and beliefs. You are an individual for life. You operate as a reproducing individual, generally speaking, for only a portion of that time. During that period, many elements come into play and are meant to make the process attractive to the individuals involved, and to their tribes, societies, or civilizations. A relatively strong, quote-unquote, sexual identification is important under those circumstances, but an over-identification with them, before or afterward, can lead to stereotyped behavior, in which the greater needs and abilities of the individual are not allowed fulfillment. All of this becomes very complicated because of your value judgments, which oftentimes seem to lack, if you will forgive me, all natural common sense. You cannot separate biology from your own belief systems. The interplay is too vital. If each act of intercourse were meant to produce a child, you would have overrun the planet before you began. Sexual activity is therefore also meant as enjoyment, as an expression of pure exuberance. A woman will often feel her most sexually active in the midst of the menstrual period, precisely when conception is least apt to occur. All kinds of taboos against sexual relationships have been applied here, particularly in so-called native cultures. In those cultures, such taboos make good sense. Some people, building up the human stock, intuitively know that the population would be increased if relations were restricted to periods when conception was most likely to occur. The blood was an obvious sign that the woman at her period was relatively, quote-unquote, barren. Her abundance was gone. It seemed to their minds that she was indeed, quote-unquote, cursed during that time. I have spoken before about the growth of what you call ego consciousness, which, let me reiterate, has its own unique rewards. That psychological orientation will lead the species to another, equally unique kind of consciousness. When the process began, however, the deep power of nature had to be, quote-unquote, controlled, so that the growing consciousness could see itself as apart from this natural source. Yet children, so necessary to the species, continued to spring from women's wombs. Therefore, the natural source was most flagrant, observable, and undeniable. For that reason, the species, and not the male alone, placed so many taboos about female behavior and sexuality. In quote-unquote subduing its own female elements, the species tried to gain some psychological distance from the great natural source from which it was, for its own reasons, trying to emerge. In the world of your present experience, sexual differences are less apparent as you reach old age. Some women display what you think of as masculine characteristics, growing hair about their faces, speaking with heavier voices, or becoming angular, while some men speak with lighter, gentler tones than ever before, and their faces grow smoother, and the contours of their bodies soften. Before puberty, there is the same kind of seeming ambiguity. You stress the importance of sexual identification, for it seems to you that a young child must know that it will grow up to be a man or woman in the most precise of terms, towing the line in the least particular. The slightest deviation is looked upon with dismay, so that personal identity and worth are completely tied into identification with femaleness or maleness. Completely different characteristics, abilities, and performances are expected from those in each category. A male who does not feel himself fully male, therefore, does not trust his identity as a person. A woman doubtful of her complete femininity in the same manner does not trust the integrity of her personhood. A lesbian or homosexual is on very shifting psychological ground, because the same interests and abilities that they feel most personally theirs are precisely those that mark them as sexual eccentrics. These are simple enough examples, but the man who possesses interests considered feminine by your culture, who naturally wants to enter fields of interest considered womanly, experiences drastic conflicts between his sense of personhood and identity, and his sexuality as it is culturally defined. The same, of course, applies to women. Because of your exaggerated focus, you therefore become relatively blind to other aspects of quote-unquote sexuality. First of all, sexuality per se does not necessarily lead to intercourse. It can lead to acts that do not produce children. What you think of as lesbian or homosexual activity is quite natural sexual expression, biologically and psychologically. In more quote-unquote ideal environments, such activity would flourish to some extent, particularly before and after prime reproductive years. For those literal-minded readers, this does not mean that such activity would predominate at such times. It does mean that not all sexual activity is meant to end in childbirth, which is a biological impossibility and would represent planetary catastrophe. So the species is blessed, if you will, with many avenues for sexual expression. The strong focus that now predominates does inhibit the formation of certain kinds of friendships that would not necessarily at all result in sexual activity. Lesbianism and homosexuality, as they are currently experienced, also represent exaggerated versions of natural inclinations, even as your experienced version of heterosexuality is exaggerated. Now, the so-called battle of the sexes, with its ramifications, is not quote-unquote natural, nor in that context is fighting between members of the same sex. Even in the animal kingdom, for example, males do not fight to the death over the females when they are in their natural state. I will clear up my meaning of the word quote-unquote natural later. However, when you examine animal behavior, even in its most natural-seeming environment, for instance, you are not observing the basic behavior patterns of such creatures, because those relatively isolated areas exist in your world. Quite simply, you cannot have 1 or 2 or 20 officially designated natural regions in which you observe animal activity and expect to find anything more than the current adaptations of those creatures, an adaptation that is superimposed upon their quote-unquote natural reactions. The balance of resources, animal travel patterns, migrations, weather conditions, all of these must be taken into consideration. Such isolated observation areas merely present you with a distorted picture of natural behavior, because the animals are also imprisoned within them. Civilization binds them round. Other animals are kept out. The hunted and the prey are highly regulated. All areas of animal behavior alter to fit the circumstances as much as possible, and this includes sexual activity. To some extent, the animals have been conditioned to the changing world. Now, man is obviously part of nature, so you may say, but those changes wrought by him are natural. When he studies such animal behavior, however, and sometimes uses the sexual patterns of the animals to make certain points about human sexuality, then man does not take this into consideration, but speaks as if the present observed animal behavior is the indication of a prime or basic nature inherent in their biology. It is not natural, then, for men to fight over women. This is a purely cultural, learned behavior. In terms of history as you understand it, the species could not withstand such misapplied energy. nor could it have withstood such constant antagonism. Each species is involved in a cooperative venture, upon which ultimately all earthly existence rests. You project your present beliefs backward into history, and you misinterpret many of the conditions that you observe in the natural world. This cooperation that I speak of is based on love, and that love has a biological as well as a spiritual basis. Your beliefs, for example, cause you to deny the existence of emotions in animals, and any instances of love among them are assigned to quote-unquote blind instinct. To some extent, the churches as well as the scientists are responsible, but priests and scientists are not some foreign people thrust upon you. They represent various aspects of yourselves. The species developed its own kind of consciousness, as it found it necessary to isolate itself to some degree from the environment and the other creatures within it. As a result, the religions preached that only man had a soul and was dignified by emotional feelings. In its way, science went along very nicely by postulating man in a mechanistic world, with each creature run by an impeccable machine of instinct, blind alike to pain or desire. The love and cooperation that forms the basis of all life, however, shows itself in many ways. Sexuality represents one aspect, and an important one. In larger terms, it is as natural for a man to love a man and for a woman to love a woman as it is to show love for the opposite sex. For that matter, it is more natural to be bisexual. Such is the quote-unquote natural nature of the species. Instead, you have put love into very definite categories, so that its existence is right only under the most limited conditions. Love goes underground, but springs up in distorted forms and exaggerated tendencies. You have followed this course for different reasons at different times. Neither sex is to blame. Instead, your sexual situation is simply another reflection of the state of your consciousness. As a species, presently at least in the Western world, you equate sex and love. You imagine that sexual expression is the only one natural to love. Love, in other words, must, it seems, express itself exclusively through the exploration in one way or another of the beloved's sexual portions. This is hardly the only limitation placed upon love's expression, however. There are innumerable books written with instructions, each proclaiming the said methods to be the proper ones. Certain kinds of orgasm are quote-unquote the best. Love's expression is furthermore permitted only between members of the opposite sex. Generally speaking, these individuals must be more or less of the same age. There are other taboos involving racial restrictions or cultural, social, and economic ones. If this were not enough, large segments of the population believe that sex is wrong to begin with, a spiritual debasement, allowed by God only so that the species can continue. Since love and sex are equated, obvious conflicts arise. Mother love is the only category that is considered wholesome, and therefore non-sexual under most conditions. A father can feel very guilty about his love for his children, for he has been conditioned to believe that love is expressed only through sex, or else it is unmanly, while sex with one's children is taboo. Creativity rides the tides of love. When love is denied its natural expression, creativity suffers. Your beliefs lead you to suppose that a natural bisexuality would result in the death of the family, the destruction of morals, rampant sexual crimes, and the loss of sexual identity. I would say, however, that my last sentence adequately describes your present situation. The acceptance of the species' natural bisexuality would ultimately help solve not only those problems, but many others, including the large instances of violence and acts of murder. In your terms, however, and in your circumstances, there is not apt to be any easy transition. The parent-child relationship has its own unique emotional structure, which survives even those distortions you have placed upon it, and its ancient integrity would not be weakened but strengthened if greater stress were laid upon your bisexual nature. Children would fare far better if the ancient parental qualities were not so forcibly focused upon the mother. This in itself leads to more dependence upon the mother than is healthy, and forms an artificial allegiance between mother and child against the father. Now, heterosexual love is one important expression of bisexuality, and sexually represents the reproductive abilities. Heterosexuality, however, rests upon the bisexual basis, and without man's bisexual nature, the larger framework of the family, the clan, tribe, government, civilization, would be impossible. Basically, then, man's inherent bisexuality provides the basis for the cooperation that makes physical survival and any kind of cultural interaction possible. If the quote-unquote battle of the sexes were as prevalent as supposed and as natural and ferocious, then there literally would be no cooperation between males and females for any purpose. There would be none between men and between women either, for they would be in a constant state of battle against each other. In the natural biological flow of a person's life, there are periods of varying intensities, in which love and its expression fluctuates and tends toward different courses. There are also individual variations that are of great importance. These natural rhythms are seldom observed, however. Tendencies toward lesbianism or homosexuality in children are quite natural. They are so feared, however, that often just as natural leanings toward heterosexuality are blocked. Instead, the young person is stereotyped. Individual inclinations toward creativity often emerge in a strong fashion in adolescence. If those drives in either sex do not conform in expression to those expected of the male or female, then such young persons become confused. The creative expression seems to be in direct contradiction to the sexual standards expected. I am not saying that lesbianism and homosexuality are merely stages leading to heterosexuality. I am saying that lesbianism, homosexuality, and heterosexuality are valid expressions of man's bisexual nature. I am also stressing the fact that love and sexuality are not necessarily the same thing. Sex is love's expression, but it is only one of love's expressions. Sometimes it is quite quote-unquote natural to express love in another way. Because of the connotations of the word sex, however, it may seem to some of you that I am advocating a promiscuous sexual relationship with quote-unquote no holes barred. Instead, I am saying that deeper bonds of biological and spiritual love lie at the basis of all personal and cultural relationships, a love that transcends your ideas of sexuality. Heterosexual love, as it is understood at least, gives you a family of parents and children, an important unit about which other groups form. If only stereotyped ideas of male-female relationships operated, however, there would be no bond or stimulus great enough to forge one family to another. The antagonism between males would be too great. Competition between females would be too severe. Wars would wipe out struggling tribes before any traditions were formed. In the social world, as in the microscopic one, cooperation again is paramount. Only a basic bisexuality could give the species the leeway necessary and prevent stereotyped behavior of a kind that would hamper creativity and social commerce. That basic sexual nature allows you the fulfillment of individual abilities, so that the species does not fall into extinction. Man's recognition of his bisexual nature is therefore a must in his future. There are again obvious differences between the sexes. They are insignificant and appear large only because you concentrate so upon them. The great human qualities of love, strength, compassion, intellect, and imagination do not belong to one sex or the other. Only an understanding of this inherent bisexual nature will release those qualities in each individual, regardless of sex. Those same abilities are natural characteristics of people in each race, of course. Yet you have consistently made the same kind of distinctions in racial terms as you have in sexual ones, so that certain races appear as feminine or masculine to you. You project your sexual beliefs outward upon the nations then, and often the terminology of the nations and of wars is the same as that used to describe sex. You speak, for example, of domination and submission, of the master and the slave, of the rape of a nation, terms used in war and sex alike. Male and female are each members of the human race, or species if you prefer. So these divisions were made in the species itself, by itself. They are the result of distinctions arising again as the species experimented with its line of consciousness, and brought into being the appearance of separation between itself and the rest of the natural world. Your identity is simply not dependent upon your psychological or biological sexuality. Your sexual characteristics represent a portion of your personhood. They provide vital areas of expression and focal points about which to group experience. Your sexual qualities are a part of your nature, but they do not define it. Your beliefs so structure your experience individually and en masse, however, that evidential material contrary to those ideas shows itself but seldom, or in distorted or exaggerated form. It is quite natural, biologically and psychologically, to operate in certain fashions that are not acceptable in your society, and that seem to run counter to your picture of mankind's history. In terms of your definitions, then, it is quite natural for some people to behave as males sexually and as females psychologically. It is quite quote-unquote natural for others to operate in a reverse fashion. Again, this may seem difficult to understand because you assign psychological characteristics to sexual affiliation, whichever it is. There will always be people who naturally seek the experience of parenthood. All of them will not necessarily be heterosexual at any given time. The larger pattern of human personhood demands a bisexual affiliation that allows leeway in sexual encounters, a leeway that provides a framework in which individuals can express feelings, abilities, and characteristics that follow the natural inclines of the personal psyche rather than the sexual stereotypes. I am not speaking here of anything so simple as merely allowing women more freedom or relieving men from the conventional breadwinner's role. I am certainly not talking about quote-unquote open marriage as it is currently understood, but of far greater issues. Before we can consider these, however, there are several points I would like to make. There are biological possibilities, seldom activated in your present circumstances, that have some bearing upon the subject at hand. Puberty comes at a certain time, triggered by deep mechanisms that are related to the state of the natural world, the condition of the species, and those cultural beliefs that, in a certain sense, you transpose upon the natural world. In other respects, your cultural environment is of course natural. The time that puberty comes varies then, and afterwards it is possible to parent a child. A time then comes when the period is over. During what is called the sexually active time, the larger dimensions of personhood become strictly narrowed into sexually stereotyped roles, and all aspects of identity that do not fit are ignored or denied. The fact is that few people fit those roles. They are largely the result of the interpretations of religion as conventionally understood. And the scientists, for all their seeming independence, often simply found new intellectually acceptable reasons for unconsciously held emotional beliefs. Biologically, there is a period very rarely experienced, as jokingly suggested as the quote-unquote sick jokes about senility and second childbirth. This particular latent biological ability shows itself only upon the rarest instances, because, for one thing, It represents a feat now scarcely desirable. Physically, however, the body is quite capable to completely regenerate itself as it approaches old age. Indeed, a quite legitimate second puberty is possible, in which the male's seed is youthfully strong and vital, and the woman's womb is pliable and able to bear. There are, I believe, biblical tales of such births resulting. In times of overpopulation, the mechanism is hardly desirable, but it is a part of the species, held in abeyance now, representing nature's capabilities. In some areas of your world, isolated peoples live on past 100 years, vital and strong, because they are untouched by your beliefs, and because they live in sympathy and accord with the world as they know and understand it. Occasionally, such second puberties happen then, with resulting childbirth, as a small group attempts to maintain its own biological stance. Usually, the second puberty follows the same sexual orientation as the first, but not always, for it is quite possible for the new affiliation to be the opposite of the first. This is even rarer, but so does the species protect itself. Through medical techniques, some of your old people are kept alive long enough so that this process begins, appearing in distorted form, sometimes psychologically apparent, but biologically frustrated. The second puberty is dead-ended then. It has nowhere to go. It is not now biologically pertinent or needed. Left alone, some of these people would die with a feeling of satisfaction. Kept alive through medical techniques, the physical mechanism continues its struggle to revitalize the body and bring about this second puberty, that naturally would only come about under different conditions, with the mind far more alert and the will unimpaired. Now, to some extent, there is a connection between this innate, rarely observed second puberty and the development of cancer, in which growth is specifically apparent in an exaggerated manner. In almost all such cases involving cancer, spiritual and psychic growth is being denied, or the individual feels that he or she can no longer grow properly in personal psychic terms. This attempt to grow then activates body mechanisms that result in the overgrowth of certain cells. The individual insists upon growing or upon death, and forces an artificial situation in which growth itself becomes physically disastrous. This is because a blockage occurs. The individual wants to grow in terms of personhood, but is afraid of doing so. There are always individual variations that must be taken into consideration, but often such a person feels a martyr to his or her sex, imprisoned by it, and unable to escape. This can obviously apply to cancers affecting sexual areas, but is often in the background of any such condition. Energy is being blocked because of problems that began, in your terms, with sexual questions in puberty. Energy is experienced as sexual. Now, old people who are considered senile or unmanageable are sometimes experiencing new bursts of sexual activity for which no outlet is given. Beside this, they have lost their conventional sexual roles, in which they earlier expressed their energy. There are often hormonal changes occurring that go unnoticed. Many express a nervous, erratic type of behavior as they are aroused, some not only sexually, but intellectually. The new adolescence never comes. The new puberty dies a slow death, for your society has no framework in which to understand it. And indeed, it shows itself in a distorted fashion that can appear most grotesque. Now, love is a biological necessity, a force operating to one degree or another in all biological life. Without love, there is no physical commitment to life, no psychic hold. Love exists whether or not it is sexually expressed, though it is natural for love to seek expression. Love implies loyalty. It implies commitment. The This applies to lesbian and homosexual relationships as well as to heterosexual ones. In your society, however, identity is so related to sexual stereotypes that few people know themselves well enough to understand the nature of love and to make any such commitments. A transitory period is currently taking place, in which women seem to seek the promiscuous sexual freedom more generally granted to men. It is believed that males are naturally promiscuous, aroused by sexual stimuli almost completely divorced from any complementary, quote-unquote, deeper response. The male then is thought to want sex whether or not he has any love response to the woman in question, or sometimes to desire her precisely because he does not love her. In such cases, sex becomes not an expression of love, but an expression of derision or scorn. So women, accepting these ideas often, seek for a situation in which they too can feel free to express their sexual desires openly, whether or not any love is involved. Yet loyalty is love's partner, and the primates display such evidence in varying degrees. The male in particular has been taught to separate love and sex, so that a schizophrenic condition results that tears apart his psyche, in operational terms, as he lives his life. The expression of sexuality is considered male, while the expression of love is not considered manly. To some extent or another, then, the male feels forced to divide the expression of his love from the expression of his sexuality. It would be disastrous for women to follow the same course. This great division has led to your major wars. This does not mean that men alone were responsible for wars. It does mean that the male so divorced himself from the common fountain of love and sex that the repressed energy came forth in those aggressive acts of cultural rape and death instead of birth. When you look at the animal kingdom, you suppose that the male chooses blindly, led by quote-unquote dumb instinct, so that in overall terms, one female will do as well as any other. When you discover that a certain chemical or scent will attract a certain male insect, for example, you take it for granted that that element is alone responsible for drawing the male to the female. You take it for granted, in other words, that individual differences do not apply in such cases so remote from your own reality. You simply are not able to understand the nature of such consciousnesses, and so you interpret their behavior according to your beliefs. This would be sad enough if you did not often use such distorted data to further define the nature of male and female behavior. In so distorting your ideas of sex, you further limit the great capabilities of human loyalty, which is always connected with love and love's expression. Lesbian and homosexual relationships, then, are at best tenuous, overwrought with confused emotions, very seldom able to maintain a stability that allows for individual growth. Heterosexual relationships also break down, for the identity of each partner becomes based upon sexual roles that may or may not apply to the individuals involved. Since you feel that sex is the only proper method of love's expression, and yet also believe that sex and love are divided, you are in a quandary. These sexual beliefs are also far more important in national relationships than you realize, for you attempt to take what you think of as a masculine stance as a nation. So, for example, does Russia. India takes a feminine stance in terms of your beliefs now. One small note. A male with growths of any kind, kidney stones or ulcers, for example, has tendencies he considers feminine, and therefore, quote-unquote, dependent, of which he is ashamed. In a mock biological ceremony, he gives birth to the extent that he produces within his body material that was not there before. In ulcers, the stomach becomes the womb, bloodied, giving birth to sores. His interpretation of a male's quote-unquote grotesque attempt to express feminine characteristics. Chapter 5: The Psyche, Love, Sexual Expression, and Creativity. Your ideas about sexuality and your beliefs about the nature of the psyche often paint a picture of very contradictory elements. The psyche and its relationship to sexuality affects your ideas of health and illness, creativity, and all of the ordinary areas of individual life. In this chapter, therefore, we will consider some of the implications that result. In your terms, again, the psyche contains what you would consider male and female characteristics, while not being male or female itself. In those terms and in that regard, the psyche is a bank from which sexual affiliations are drawn. Basically, however, there are no clear, set human psychological characteristics that belong to one sex or the other. Again, this would lead to a pattern too rigid for the development of the species, and give you too specialized behavior patterns that would not allow you to cope as a species, particularly with the many varieties of social groupings possible. Your psychological tests show you only the current picture of males and females, brought up from infancy with particular sexual beliefs. These beliefs program the child from infancy, of course, so that it behaves in certain fashions in adulthood. The male seems to perform better at mathematical tasks and so-called logical mental activity, while the female performs better in a social context, in value development and personal relationships. The male shows up better in the sciences, while the female is considered intuitional. It should be obvious to many of my readers that this is a learned behavior. You cannot teach a boy to be, quote-unquote, the strong, silent male type, and then expect him to excel either verbally or in social relationships. You cannot expect a girl to show, quote-unquote, strong, logical thought development when she is taught that a woman is intuitional, that the intuitions are opposed to logic, and that she must be feminine or non-logical at all costs. This is fairly obvious. The child is not born a sponge, however, empty but ready to soak up knowledge. It is already soaked in knowledge. Some will come to the surface, so to speak, and be used consciously. Some will not. I am saying here that to some extent, the child in the womb is aware of the mother's beliefs and information, and that to some extent, it is quote-unquote programmed to behave in a certain fashion, or to grow in a certain fashion as a result. Basically, the species is relatively so freewheeling with so many potentials that it is necessary that the mother's beliefs provide a kind of framework in the beginning, allowing the child to focus its abilities in desired directions. It knows ahead of time, then, the biological, spiritual, and social environment into which it is born. It is somewhat prepared to grow in a certain direction, a direction that is applicable and suited to its conditions. Beliefs about the infant's sexual nature are, of course, a part of its advanced programming. We are not speaking here of forced growth patterns, or of psychic or biological directions impressed upon it so that any later divergence from them causes inevitable stress or pain. The fact remains that the child receives patterns of behavior, gently nudging it to grow in certain directions. In normal learning, of course, both parents urge the child to behave in certain fashions. Beside this, however, certain general learned patterns are biologically transmitted to the child through the genes. Certain kinds of knowledge are transmitted through the genes besides that generally known, having to do with cellular formations and so forth. Survival of the human species, as it has developed, is a matter of belief far more than is understood, for certain beliefs are now built in. They become biologically pertinent and transmitted. I mean something else here besides, for example, a telepathic transmission, the translation of beliefs into physical codes that then become biological cues. As a result, it then becomes easier for a boy to act in a given manner biologically than in another. If women have felt that their biological survival depended upon the cultivation of certain attributes over others, for instance, then the information becomes chromosome data, as vital to the development of the new organism as any other physical data involving cellular structure. The mother also provides the same kind of information to a male offspring. The father contributes his share in each case. Over the generations, then, certain characteristics appear to be quite naturally male or female, and these will vary to some extent according to the civilizations and world conditions. Each individual is highly unique, however, so these models for behavior will vary. They can indeed be changed in a generation, for the experience of each person alters the original information. This provides leeway that is important. The child also uses such information as a guide only, as a premise upon which it bases early behavior. As the mind develops, the child immediately begins to question the early assumptions. This questioning of basic premises is one of the greatest divisions between you and the animal world. The psyche then contains, again in your terms, female and male characteristics. These are put together, so to speak, in the human personality with great leeway and in many proportions. As simply put as possible, love is the force out of which being comes, and we will consider this statement much more thoroughly later in this book. Love seeks expression and creativity. Sexual expression is one way that love seeks creativity. It is hardly the only way, however. Love finds expression through the arts, religion, play, and helpful action towards others. It cannot be confined to sexual expression only, nor can rules be given as to how often normal adults should sexually express themselves. Many men, labeled homosexual by themselves and others, want to be fathers. Their beliefs and those of your society lead them to imagine that they must always be heterosexual or homosexual. Many feel a desire toward women that is also inhibited. Your male or female orientation limits you in ways that you do not understand. For example, in many cases, the gentle quote-unquote homosexual father has a better innate idea of manliness than a heterosexual male who believes that men must be cruel, insensitive, and competitive. These are both stereotyped images, however. Love can be expressed quite legitimately through the arts. This does not mean that such a person is repressing sexuality in any given case and stealing its energy for creative production, though of course this may be the case. Many natural artists in any field normally express love through such creative endeavors, rather than through sexual actions. This does not mean that such persons never have sexual encounters that are enjoyable, and even of an enduring nature. It means that the thrust of their love is, overall, expressed through the production of art, through which it seeks a statement that speaks in other than corporal terms. A great artist in any field or in any time instinctively feels a private personhood that is greater than the particular sexual identity. As long as you equate identity with your sexuality, you will limit the potentials of the individual and of the species. Each person will generally find it easier to operate as a male or a female, lesbian or homosexual, but each person is primarily bisexual. Bisexuality implies parenthood as much as it implies lesbian or homosexual relationships. Again, here, sexual encounters are a natural part of love's expression, but they are not the limit of love's expression. Many quite fine non-sexual relationships are denied because of the connotations placed upon lesbianism or homosexuality. Many heterosexual relationships are also denied to persons labeled as not being heterosexual by themselves or society. People so labeled often feel propelled out of sheer confusion to express their love only through sexual acts. They feel forced to initiate what they think the natural male or female is like, and on occasion end up with ludicrous caricatures. These caricatures infuriate those so imitated, because they carry such hints of truth, and point out so cleverly the exaggerations of maleness or femaleness that many heterosexuals have clamped upon in their own natures. Now, in some historical periods, it was desirable in practical terms that a man have many wives, so that if he died in battle, his seed might be planted in many wombs, particularly in times when diseases struck men and women down, often in young adulthood. When physical conditions are adverse, such social traditions have often emerged. In times of overpopulation, so-called homosexual and lesbian tendencies come to the surface. But also there is the tendency to express love in other than physical ways, and the emergence of large social issues and challenges into which men and women can throw their energies. There are quote-unquote lost portions of the Bible having to do with sexuality and with Christ's beliefs concerning it that were considered blasphemous and did not come down to you through history. Again, it is natural to express love through sexual acts, natural and good. It is not natural to express love only through sexual acts, however. Many of Freud's sexual ideas did not reflect man's natural condition. The complexes and neuroses outlined and defined are products of your traditions and beliefs. You will naturally find some evidence for them in observed behavior. Many of the traditions do come from the Greeks, from the great Greek playwriters, who quite beautifully and tragically presented the quality of the psyche as it showed itself in the light of Grecian traditions. The boy does not seek naturally to quote-unquote dethrone the father. He seeks to emulate him. He seeks to be himself as fully as it seems to him that his father was himself. He hopes to go beyond himself and his own capabilities for himself and for his father. As a child, he once thought that his father was immortal in human terms, that he could do no wrong. The son tries to vindicate the father by doing no wrong himself, and perhaps by succeeding where it seems the father might have failed. It is much more natural for the male to try to vindicate the father than it is to destroy him or envy him in negative terms. The child is simply the male child. He is not jealous of the father with the mother in the way that is often supposed. The male child does not possess an identity so focused upon its maleness. I am not saying that children do not have sexual natures from birth. They simply do not focus upon their maleness or femaleness in the way that is supposed. To the male child, the penis is something that belongs to him personally in the same way that an arm or leg does, or that his mouth or anus does. He does not consider it a weapon. He is not jealous of his father's love for the mother, for he understands quite well that her love for him is just as strong. He does not wish to possess his mother sexually in the way that adults currently suppose. He does not understand those terms. He may at times be jealous of her attention, but this is not a sexual jealousy in conventionally understood terms. Your beliefs blind you to the sexual nature of children. They do enjoy their bodies. They are sexually aroused. The psychological connotations, however, are not those assigned to them by adults. The beliefs involving the son's inherent rivalry with the father and his need to overthrow him follow instead patterns of culture and tradition, economic and social, rather than biological or psychological. Those ideas serve as handy explanations for behavior that is not inherent or biologically pertinent. In a manner of speaking, humanity deals with different predominant themes at different times. There may be minor interweaving ones, but the nature of personality, religion, politics, the family, and the arts, all of these are considered in the light of the predominating theme. In usual historic terms, humanity has been experimenting with its own unique kind of consciousness, and as I have mentioned many times, this necessitated an arbitrary division between the subject and the perceiver, nature and man, and brought about a situation in which the species came to consider itself apart from the rest of existence. What you think of as male ego-oriented characteristics are simply those human attributes that the species encouraged, brought into the foreground, and stressed. Using those actually as guidelines, you have so far viewed your world and formed your cultures. There are some exceptions of note, but here I am speaking historically of the Western world with its Roman and Greek heritage. Your gods became masculine then, competitive. You saw the species pitted against nature, and man pitted against man. You consider the Greek tragedies great because they echo so firmly your own beliefs. Man is seen in opposition in the most immediate fashion with his own father. Family relationships become a mirror of those beliefs, which are then of course taken as statements of fact concerning the human condition. You thus have a very polarized male-female concept. Those characteristics that you consider female are then those that did not predominate because they represented the source of nature from which the species sought release. To some extent, this was a true creative sexual drama, again of high pretense, for in its own way the consciousness of the species was playing for high stakes, and the drama had to be believable. It was seeking for a multiplication of consciousness, forming new offshoots from its own source. It had to pretend to dislike and disown that source in the same way that an adolescent might momentarily turn aside from its parents in order to encourage independence. Before the so-called flowering of Greek and Roman cultures, consciousness had not as yet made that specialization. There were gods and goddesses galore, and deities in whose natures the feminine and masculine characteristics merged. There were deities part human and part animal. The species, then, had not yet taken up the theme that has become predominant in Western culture. These changes first occurred in man's stories of the deities. As the species divorced itself from nature, so the animal gods began to vanish. Man first changed his myths, and then altered the reality that reflected them. Before them, there were various kinds of divisions of labor, but great leeway in sexual expression. Children were a necessary part of the family, for a family was a band of people who belonged together, cooperating in the search for food and shelter. Homosexual or lesbian relationships, as you term them, existed quite freely and simultaneously. These were considered pertinent with or without sexual expression, and served as strong bonds of sisterhood and brotherhood. When you view the animal kingdom, you also do so through your specialized sexual beliefs, studying the behavior of the male and female, looking for patterns of aggressiveness, territorial jealousy, passivity, mothering instincts, or whatever. These specialties of interest make you blind to many larger dimensions of animal behavior. To some degree, the so-called mothering instinct belongs to male and female alike in any species that can be so designated. Animals have close friendships, with or without sexual expression, with members of the same sex. Love and devotion are not the prerogatives of one sex or one species. As a result, you see in nature only what you want to see, and you provide yourselves with a pattern or model of nature that conforms with your beliefs. Love and devotion are largely seen as female characteristics. Societies and organizations of church and state are seen as male. It is not so much that the male and the female be considered equal, as it is that the male and female elements in each person should be released and expressed. Immediately, many of you may be annoyed or alarmed, thinking that, of course, I mean sexual expression. That is a portion of such expression. But I am speaking of releasing within each individual the great human characteristics and abilities that are often denied expression because they are assigned to the opposite sex. In your present framework, because of the male-female specialization, the male orientation, the implication that the ego is male while the psyche is female, you force upon yourselves great divisions in which operationally the intellect seems separate from the intuitions, and you set up a situation in which opposites seem to apply where there are none. When you think of a scientist, the majority of you will think of a male, an intellectual, an quote-unquote objective thinker who takes great pains not to be emotional or to identify with the subject being examined or studied. There seems to be a division between science and religion, for even organized religion has an intuitive basis. The male scientist is often ashamed of using his intuitions, for not only do they appear to be unscientific, but female as well. It is what others will think about his masculinity that such a man is concerned with. To be quote-unquote illogical is a scientific quote-unquote crime, not so much because it is an unscientific attribute, but because it is considered a feminine one. Science has followed the male orientation and become its epitome. Up until the present, science has consistently tried to do without the so-called feminine qualities. It has divorced knowledge from emotion, understanding from identification, and stressed sexuality over personhood. To an extent, some people in the sciences manage to blend the so-called female and male characteristics. When they do so, seeming oppositions and contradictions disappear. To whatever degree, more than their contemporaries, they do not allow sexual roles to blind them psychologically. Therefore, they are more apt to combine reason and emotion, intuitions and intellect, and in so doing invent theories that reconcile previous contradictions. They unify, expand, and create, rather than diversify. Einstein was such a person in the sciences. While he was tainted to some extent by conventional sexual beliefs, he still felt his own personhood in such a way that he gladly took advantage of characteristics considered feminine. As a youngster particularly, he rebelled against male-oriented learning and orientation. This rebellion was psychological. That is, he maintained an acceptable male orientation in terms of sexual activity, but he would not restrain his mind and soul with such nonsense. The world felt the result of his great intuitive abilities and of his devotion. Because of the world's situation and the overall male orientation of science, the results of his work were largely put to the uses of manipulation and control. Generally, reason and intellect are then considered male qualities and the frameworks for civilization, science, and an organized world. The intuitions and the impulses are considered erratic, untrustworthy, feminine, and to be controlled. The world exists because of spontaneous order. Civilization began because of the impulse of people to be together. It grew spontaneously and came into order. You only see the outside of many processes because your objectified viewpoint does not allow you the identification that would show you more. It seems to you then that all systems sometime break down, become less orderly, or fall into chaos. You apply this belief to physical systems and psychological ones. In terms of sex, you insist upon a picture that shows you a growth into a sexual identity, a clear focus, and then in old age, a falling away of clear sexual identification into quote-unquote sexual disorder. It does not occur to you that the original premise or focus, the identification of identity with sexual nature, is quote-unquote unnatural. It is you, then, who form the entire framework from which your judgment is made. In many cases, the person is truer to his or her own identity in childhood or old age, when greater individual freedom is allowed and sexual roles are more flexible. Any deep exploration of the self will lead you into areas that will confound conventional beliefs about sexuality. You will discover an identity, a psychological and psychic identity that is, in your terms, male and female, one in which those abilities of each sex are magnified, released, and expressed. They may not be so released in normal life, but you will meet the greater dimensions of your own reality, and at least in the dream state, catch a glimpse of the self that transcends a one-sex orientation. Such an encounter with the psyche is often met by great artists or writers, or by mystics. This kind of realization is necessary if you are to ever transcend the framework of seeming opposites in which your world is involved. The overly specific sexual orientation, then, reflects a basic division in consciousness. It not only separates a man from his own intuitions and emotions to some extent, or a woman from her own intellect, but it effectively provides a civilization in which mind and heart, fact and revelation, appear completely divorced. To some degree, each person is at war with the psyche, for all of an individual's human characteristics must be denied unless they fit in with those considered normal to the sexual identity. To one degree or another in ordinary life, you end up with sexual caricatures in practical existence. You do not understand what true womanhood or true manhood is. You are forced instead to concentrate upon a shallow kind of diversity. As a result, the reflection of sexual schism taints all of your activities, but most of all, it limits your psychological reality. Since you value sexual performance in the most limited of terms, and use that largely as a focus of identity, then both your old and young suffer consequences that are not so much the result of age as of sexual prejudice. It is interesting to note that both the old and the young also find themselves outside of your organized frameworks. The young are more freewheeling in their thoughts before they accept social roles, and the old are more freewheeling in theirs because they have discarded their sexual roles. I did not say that the old or young had no sexual expressions, but that both groups did not identify their identities with their sexual roles. There are, of course, exceptions. If the man or the woman is taught that identity is a matter of sexual performance, however, and that performance must cease at a certain age, then the sense of identity can also begin to disintegrate. If children feel that identity is dependent upon such performance, then they will begin to perform as quickly as possible. They will squeeze their identity into sexual clothes, and the society will suffer because the great creative thrusts of growing intellect and intuitions will be divided at puberty, precisely when they are needed. Ideally, the adult male or female would rejoice in sexual expression and find an overall orientation, but would also bask in a greater psychological and psychic identity that experienced and expressed all of the great human capabilities of mind and heart, which splash over any artificial divisions. Now, you have put sexual labels then on the intellect and the emotions so that they seem like opposites to you. You have tried to divide mental and emotional characteristics between the two sexes, forcing a stereotyped behavior. Again, the male who was intuitive or artistically gifted in certain ways often therefore considered himself homosexual, whether or not he was, because his emotional and mental characteristics seemed to fit the female rather than the male sex. The woman who had interests beyond those acceptable as feminine was often in the same position. Because the intellect and the emotions were considered so separately, however, attempts to express intuitive abilities often resulted in, and often do result in, quote-unquote, unreasonable behavior. In certain circles now, it is fashionable to deny the intellectual capacities in favor of feeling, sentiment, or intuitive actions. Intellectual concerns then become suspect, and recourse to reason is considered a failing. Instead, of course, intellectual and intuitive behavior should be beautifully blended. In the same way, you have attempted to force the expression of love into a purely or exclusively sexual orientation. An affectionate caress or kiss between members of the same sex is generally not considered proper. The taboos include most aspects of the sense of touch and connection with the human body. touching is considered so basically sexual that the most innocuous touching of any portion of the body by another person is considered potentially dangerous. On the one hand, you are too specific in your use of the term sexuality. Yet in another way, and in that context, you feel that any kind of affection must naturally lead to sexual expression if given its way. Your beliefs make this sexual eventuality appear as a matter of experience. This also forces you to guard your emotional life very closely. As a result, any show of love is to some extent inhibited unless it can legitimately find expression sexually. In many instances, love itself seems wrong because it must imply sexual expression at times when such expression is not possible or even desired. Some people have a great capacity for love, devotion, and loyalty, which would naturally seek expression in many diverse ways, through strong, enduring friendships, devotion to causes in which they believe, through vocations in which they help others. They may not be particularly sexually oriented. This need not mean that they are inhibiting their sexuality. It is pathetic and ludicrous for them to believe that they must have intercourse frequently in their youth, or to set up standards of normality against which they must measure their sexual experience. In fact, Western society has attempted to force all expression of love and devotion into sexual activity, or otherwise ban it entirely. Sexual performance is considered the one safe way of using the great potential of human emotions. When it seems to you that society is becoming licentious, in many ways it is most restrained and inhibited. It means that all options except sexual freedom have been denied. The great force of love and devotion is withdrawn from personal areas of individual creativity through purposeful work. It is being withdrawn from expression through government or law. It is being denied expression through meaningful personal relationships, and forced into a narrow expression through a sexuality that will indeed become meaningless. It has been said by some women working toward quote-unquote equal rights that the species has used only half of its potential by suppressing the abilities of women. In larger terms, however, each individual suffers whenever identity is defined primarily as a matter of sexual orientation. Generally speaking, there will be a specific overall sexual orientation of a biological nature, but the mental and emotional human characteristics are simply not meted out according to sex. Such identification cuts the individual in half, so that each person uses but half of his or her potential. This causes a schism in all of your cultural activities. On the one hand, many of you have been taught that sexual expression is wrong, evil, or debasing. You have also been told that if you do not express your sexuality, you are displaying unnatural repression, and furthermore, you are led to think that you must above all force yourself to enjoy this ambiguous sexual nature. The old idea that good women do not enjoy sex has hardly disappeared. Yet women are taught that natural expressions of love, playful caresses, are inappropriate unless an immediate follow-through to a sexual climax is given. Men are taught to count their worth according to the strength of the sexual drive and its conquests. They are taught to inhibit the expression of love as a weakness, and yet to perform sexually as often as possible. In such a sexual climate, there is little wonder that you become confused. The sexual schisms begin when the male child is taught to identify exclusively with the father image, and the female child with the mother image. For here you have a guilt insidiously incorporated into the growth process. Children of either sex identify quite naturally with both parents, and any enforced method of exclusivity directing the child to such a single identification is limiting. Under such conditions, feelings of guilt immediately begin to arise whenever such a child feels natural affiliations toward the other parent. The stronger those natural inclinations are, the more the child is directed to ignore them in your society, since certain characteristics, again, are considered exclusively male or female. The child is also coerced into ignoring or denying those portions of the personality that correspond with the sex it is being taught it cannot identify with. This squeezing of personality into a sexual mold begins early then. Continuing guilt is generated because the child knows unerringly that its own reality transcends such simple orientation. The more able the child is to force such an artificial identification, the greater its feelings of inner rebellion. The lack of a quote-unquote suitable father or mother image has quote-unquote saved more children than it has hurt. The psyche, with its great gifts, always feels thwarted and attempts to take countering measures. Your schools further continue the process, however, so that the areas of curiosity and learning become separated for males and females. The quote-unquote she within the male does indeed represent portions of his personality that are being unexpressed, not because of any natural predominance of mental or emotional characteristics over others, but because of artificial specializations. The same applies to the quote-unquote male within the female. You have accepted this version of personhood again, in line with your ideas about the nature of consciousness. Those ideas are changing, and as they do, the species must accept its true personhood. As this happens, your understanding will allow you to glimpse the nature of the reality of the gods you have recognized through the ages. You will no longer need to clothe them in limited sexual guises. Your religious concepts will change considerably, and the images associated with them. Religion and government have had an uneasy alliance. Males ruled both, they still do, and yet those leading religious organizations at least recognized their intuitive base. They constantly tried to manipulate religion's substructure in the same acceptable male ways that government leaders always use to inhibit and use the emotions. Heresy was considered female and subversive because it could threaten to destroy the frameworks set about the acceptable expression of religious fervor. The female elements in the church were always considered suspect, and in the early times of Christianity, there was some concern lest the Virgin become a goddess. There were offshoots of Christianity that did not survive, in which this was the case. Parallel developments in religion and government always echo the state of consciousness and its purposes. Quote-unquote pagan practices, giving far more leeway to sexual identification and expression, continued well into the 16th century. And the so-called occult, underground heretical teachings tried to encourage the development of personal intuition. Any true psychic development of personality, however, is bound to lead to an understanding of the nature of the psyche that is far too large for any such confusion of basic identity with sexuality. The concept of reincarnation itself clearly shows the change of sexual orientation and the existence of a self that is apart from its sexual orientation, even while it is also expressed through a given sexual stance. To a good extent, sexual beliefs are responsible for the blocking out of reincarnational awareness. Such quote-unquote memory would necessarily acquaint you with experiences most difficult to correlate with your current sexual roles. Those other sex existences are present to the psyche unconsciously. They are a portion of your personality. In so specifically identifying with your sex, therefore, you also inhibit memories that might limit or destroy that identification. The Church did not restrain the sexuality of its priests or the expression of sexuality in previous centuries as much as it tried to divorce the expression of love and devotion from sexuality. A high percentage of priests of the Middle Ages, for example, had illegitimate children. These were considered products of the weak and lustful flesh. Bad enough, but considering man's fallen state, understandable lapses. Such situations were overlooked, if not condoned, so long as the priest's love and devotion still belonged to the Church, and were not quote-unquote squandered upon the mother of such offspring. The nuns were kept in subservient positions. Yet, the nunneries also served as refuges for many women who managed to educate themselves even under those conditions. A good number of nuns were of course carrying the seed of those priests, and bearing children who acted as servants in monasteries sometimes as well as in convents. There were numerous rebellions on the part of nuns in various convents, however, for these women found themselves operating rather efficiently, though in segregated surroundings. They began to question the entire framework of the church and their position within it. Some left in groups, particularly in France and Spain, forming their own communities. The church, however, never really found a suitable method of dealing with its women or with the intuitive elements of its own beliefs. Its fear of a goddess emerging was renewed each time another apparition of the Virgin appeared in one corner or another of the world. There were also some women who passed as monks, living lives of a solitary nature and carrying on for years. No works bear their feminine names, for they used male ones. It goes without saying that lesbian and homosexual relationships flourished in such surroundings. The church closed its eyes as long as the relationships were sexual in nature. Only when love and devotion were diverted from the church was there real concern. Intellect and emotions became further divided then. This resulted, of course, in an overemphasis upon dogma, rules and ritualization that had to be colorful and rich because it would be the one outlet allowed in which creativity could be handled. The church believed that the sexual experience belonged to the so-called lower or animal instincts, and so did usual human love. On the other hand, spiritual love and devotion could not be muddied by sexual expression, and so any normal strong relationship became a threat to the expression of piety. You are obsessed with sexual behavior when you proclaim it evil or distasteful or debasing, hide it, and pretend that it is primarily quote-unquote animalistic. You are also obsessed with sexual behavior when you proclaim its merits in an exaggerated fashion from the marketplace. You are obsessed with sexual behavior when you put tight, unrealistic bans upon its expression, and also when you set up just as unrealistic standards of active performance to which the normal person is expected to comply. Sexual freedom, then, does not involve an enforced promiscuity in which young people, for example, are made to feel unnatural if their encounters with the other sex do not lead to bed. You begin to program sexual activity when you divorce it from love and devotion. It is very easy, then, for church or state to claim and attract your uncentered loyalty and love, leaving you with the expression of a sexuality stripped of its deepest meanings. I am not saying here that any given sexual performance is quote-unquote wrong or meaningless or debased if it is not accompanied by the sentiments of love and devotion. Over a period of time, however, the expression of sex will follow the inclinations of the heart. These inclinations will color sexual expression then. To that degree, it is quote-unquote unnatural to have sexual desire for someone whom you dislike or look down upon. The sexual ideas of domination and submission have no part in the natural life of your species or that of the animals. Again, you interpret animal behavior according to your own beliefs. Dominance and submission have often been used in religious literature in periods when love and devotion were separated from sexuality. They become unified only through religious visions or experiences, for only God's love was seen as quote-unquote good enough to justify a sexuality otherwise felt to be animalistic. Instead, the words domination and submission have to do with areas of consciousness and its development. Because of interpretations mentioned earlier in this book, you adopted a prominent line of consciousness that, to a certain extent, was bent upon dominating nature. You considered this male in essence. The female principle then became connected with the earth and all those elements of its life over which you as a species hoped to gain power. God, therefore, became male. The love and devotion that might otherwise be connected with the facets of nature and the female principle had to be, quote unquote, snatched away from any natural attraction to sexuality. In such a way, religion, echoing your state of consciousness, was able to harness the powers of love and use them for purposes of domination. They became state-oriented. A man's love and devotion was a political gain. Fervor was as important as a government's treasury, for a state could count upon the devotion of its lieutenants in the same way that many fanatics will work without money for a cause. Some people are naturally solitary. They want to live lone lives and are content. Most, however, have a need for enduring close relationships. These provide both a psychic and social framework for personal growth, understanding, and development. It is an easy enough matter to shout to the skies, "I love my fellow men," when, on the other hand, you form no strong, enduring relationship with others. It is easy to claim an equal love for all members of the species, but love itself requires an understanding that at your level of activity is based upon intimate experience. You cannot love someone you do not know, not unless you water down the definition of love so much that it becomes meaningless. To love someone, you must appreciate how that person differs from yourself and from others. You must hold that person in mind, so that to some extent, love is a kind of meditation, a loving focus upon another individual. Once you experience that kind of love, you can translate it into other terms. The love itself spreads out, expands, so that you can then see others in love's light. Love is naturally creative and explorative. That is, you want to creatively explore the aspects of the beloved one. Even characteristics that would otherwise appear as faults attain a certain loving significance. They are accepted, seen, and yet they make no difference. Because these are still attributes of the beloved one, even the seeming faults are redeemed. The beloved attains prominence over all others. The span of a God's love can perhaps equally hold within its vision the existences of all individuals at one time in an infinite loving glance that beholds each person, seeing each with all his or her peculiar characteristics and tendencies. Such a God's glance would delight in each person's difference from each other person. This would not be a blanket love, a soupy porridge of a glance in which individuality melted, but a love based on full understanding of each individual. The emotion of love brings you closest to an understanding of the nature of all that is. Love incites dedication, commitment. It specifies. You cannot, therefore, honestly insist that you love humanity and all people equally if you do not love one other person. If you do not love yourself, it is quite difficult to love another. Again, all love is not sexually oriented, yet love naturally seeks expression, and one such expression is through sexual activities. When love and sexuality are artificially divided, however, or considered as antagonistic to each other, then all kinds of problems arise. Permanent relationships become most difficult to achieve under such conditions, and often love finds little expression while one of its most natural channels is closed off. Many children give their greatest expression of love to toys, dolls, or imaginary playmates, because so many stereotyped patterns have already limited other expressions. Their feelings toward parents become ambiguous as a result of the identification procedures thrust upon them. Love, sexuality, and play, curiosity, and explorative characteristics merge in the child in a natural manner. Yet, it soon learns that areas of exploration are limited even as far as its own body is concerned. The child is not free to contemplate its own parts. The body is early forbidden territory, so that the child feels it is wrong to love itself in any fashion. Ideas of love then become highly distorted, and its expression also. You do not fight wars for the sake of the brotherhood of man, for example. People who are acquainted with undistorted versions of love in their relationships would find such a concept impossible. Man brought up to be ashamed of the quote-unquote feminine sides of their nature cannot be expected to love women. They will see in women instead the despised, feared, and yet charged aspects of their own reality, and behave accordingly in their relationships. Women taught to be frightened of the quote-unquote masculine sides of their nature cannot be expected to love men either, and the same kind of behavior results. The so-called war of the sexes originates in the artificial divisions that you have placed upon the nature of the self. The psyche's reality is beyond such misunderstandings. Its native language usually escapes you. It is closely connected with what you would loosely call the language of love. Chapter 6: The Language of Love, Images and the Birth of Words. It is almost commonplace to say that those who are in love can converse without words. Dramas and stories of all kinds have been written about the inner kind of communication that seems to take place between mother and children, sister and brother, or lover and beloved. Love itself seems to quicken the physical senses, so that even the most minute gestures attain additional significance and meaning. Myths and tales are formed in which those who love communicate, though one is dead while the other lives. The experience of love also deepens the joy of the moment, even while it seems to emphasize the briefness of mortality. Though love's expression brilliantly illuminates its instant, at the same time that momentary brilliance contains within it an intensity that defies time and is somehow eternal. In your world, you identify as yourself only, and yet love can expand that identification to such an extent that the intimate awareness of another individual is often a significant portion of your own consciousness. You look outward at the world not only through your own eyes, but also, to some extent at least, through the eyes of another. It is true to say, then, that a portion of you figuratively walks with this other person as he or she goes about separate from you in space. All of this also applies to the animals to varying degrees. Even in animal groups, individuals are not only concerned with personal survival, but with the survival of quote-unquote family members. Each individual in an animal group is aware of the other's situations. The expression of love is not confined to your own species, therefore, nor is tenderness, loyalty, or concern. Love indeed does have its own language, a basic non-verbal one with deep biological connotations. It is the initial basic language from which all others spring, for all languages' purposes rise from those qualities natural to love's expression: the desire to communicate, create, explore, and to join with the beloved. Speaking historically in your terms, man first identified with nature and loved it, for he saw it as an extension of himself, even while he felt himself a part of its expression. In exploring it, he explored himself also. He did not identify as himself alone, but because of his love, he identified also with all those portions of nature with which he came into contact. This love was biologically ingrained in him, and is even now biologically pertinent. Physically and psychically, the species is connected with all of nature. Man did not live in fear as is now supposed, nor in some idealized natural heaven. He lived at an intense peak of psychic and biological experience, and enjoyed a sense of creative excitement that in those terms only existed when the species was new. This is difficult to explain, for these concepts themselves exist beyond verbalization. Some seeming contradictions are bound to occur. In comparison with those times, however, children are now born ancient, for even biologically they carry within themselves the memories of their ancestors. In those pristine eras, however, the species itself arose, in those terms, newly from the womb of timelessness into time. In deeper terms, their existence still continues, with offshoots in all directions. The world that you know is one development in time, the one that you recognize. The species actually took many other routes unknown to you, unrecorded in your history. Fresh creativity still emerges at that quote-unquote point. In the reckoning that you accept, the species in its infancy obviously experienced selfhood in different terms from your own. Because this experience is so alien to your present concepts, and because it predated language as you understand it, it is most difficult to describe. Generally, you experience the self as isolated from nature, and primarily enclosed within your skin. Early man did not feel like an empty shell, and yet selfhood existed for him as much outside of the body as within it. There was a constant interaction. It is easy to say to you that such people could identify, say, with the trees, but an entirely different thing to try to explain what it would be like for a mother to become so a part of the tree underneath which her children played that she could keep track of them from the tree's viewpoint, though she was herself far away. Consciousness is far more mobile than you realize. Operationally, you have focused yours primarily with the body. You cannot experience subjective behavior, quote unquote, from outside. So this natural mobility of consciousness, which for example the animals have retained, is psychologically invisible to you. You like to think in terms of units and definitions. So even when you consider your own consciousness, you think of it as, quote unquote, a thing, or a unit, an invisible something that might be held in invisible hands, perhaps. Instead, consciousness is a particular quality of being. Each portion of quote-unquote it contains the whole. So theoretically, as far as you are concerned, you can leave your body and be in it simultaneously. You are rarely aware of such experiences because you do not believe them possible. And it seems that even consciousness, particularly when individualized, must be in one place or another. I am certainly putting this in the most simple of terms, but a bird may have a nest, though it leaves it frequently and never confuses itself with its nesting place. In a manner of speaking, that is what you have done, though the body is more animate than the nest. In those early times, the consciousness was more mobile. Identity was more democratic. In a strange fashion, this does not mean that individuality was weaker. Instead, it was strong enough to accept within its confines many divergent kinds of experience. A person, then, looking out into the world of trees, waters, and rock, wildlife, and vegetation, literally felt that he or she was looking at the larger materialized subjective areas of personal selfhood. To explore that exterior world was to explore the inner one. Such a person, however, walking through the forest, also felt that he or she was also a portion of the inner life of each rock or tree materialized. Yet there was no contradiction of identities. A man might merge his own consciousness with a running stream, traveling in such a way for miles to explore the layout of the land. To do this, he became part water, in a kind of identification you can barely understand. But so did the water then become part of the man. You can imagine atoms and molecules forming objects with little difficulty. In the same way, however, portions of identified consciousness can also mix and merge, forming alliances. There are channels of interrelatedness connecting all physical matter, channels through which consciousness flows. In those terms of which I am speaking, man's identification with nature allowed him to utilize those inner channels. He could send his own consciousness swimming, so to speak, through many currents, in which other kinds of consciousness merged. I said that the language of love was the one basic language, and I mean that quite literally. Man loved nature, identified with its many parts, and added his own sense of being by joining into its power and identifying with its force. It is not so much that he personified the elements of nature as that he threw his personality into its elements and rode them, so to speak. As mentioned, love incites the desire to know, explore, and communicate with the beloved. So language began as man tried to express his love for the natural world. Initially, language had nothing to do with words, and indeed, verbal language emerged only when man had lost a portion of his love, forgotten some of his identification with nature, so that he no longer understood its voice to be his also. In those early days, man possessed a gargantuan area for the expression of his emotions. He did not symbolically rage with the storms, for example, but quite consciously identified with them to such a degree that he and his tribesmen merged with the wind and lightning and became a part of the storm's forces. They felt and knew as well that the storms would refresh the land, whatever their fury. Because of such identification with nature, the death experience, as you understand it, was in no way considered an end. The mobility of consciousness was a fact of experience. The self was not considered to be stuck within the skin. The body was considered more or less like a friendly home or cave, kindly giving the self refuge but not confining it. The language of love did not initially involve images either. Images in the mind, as they are understood, emerged in their present form only when man had again lost a portion of his love and identification, and forgotten how to identify it with an image from its insides, and so began to view it from outside. I would like to emphasize the difficulty of explaining such a language verbally. In a way, the language of love followed molecular roots, a sort of biological alphabet, though alphabet is far too limiting a term. Each natural element had its own key system that interlocked with others, forming channels through which consciousness could flow from one kind of life to another. Man understood himself to be a separate entity, but one that was connected to all of nature. The emotional reaches of his subjective life, then, leapt far beyond what you think of as private experience. Each person participating fully in a storm, for example, still participated in his or her own individual way. Yet the grandeur of the emotions was allowed full sway, and the seasons of the earth and the world were jointly felt. The language or the method of communication can best be described perhaps as direct cognition. Direct cognition is dependent upon a lover's kind of identification, where what is known is known. At that stage, no words or even images were needed. The wind outside and the breath were felt to be one and the same, so that the wind was the earth breathing out the breath that rose from the mouths of the living, spreading out through the earth's body. part of the man went out with breath. Therefore, man's consciousness could go wherever the wind traveled. A man's consciousness, traveling with the wind, became part of all places. A person's identity was private, and that man always knew who he was. He was so sure of his identity that he did not feel the need to protect it, so that he could expand his awareness in a way now quite foreign to you. Take the English sentence, "I observe the tree." If that original language had words, the equivalent would be, "As a tree, I observe myself," or, "Taking on my tree nature, I rest in my shade," or even, "From my man nature, I rest in the shade of my tree nature." A man did not so much stand at the shore looking down at the water as he immersed his consciousness within it. Man's initial curiosity did not involve seeing, feeling, or touching the object's nature as much as it involved a joyful psychic exploration in which he plunged his consciousness, rather than, say, his foot into the stream, though he did both. If that language I speak of had been verbal, man never would have said, "The water flows through the valley." Instead, the sentence would have read something like this: "Running over the rocks, my water self flows together with others in slippery union." That translation is not the best either. Man did not designate his own as the only kind of consciousness by any means. He graciously thanked the tree that gave him shade, for example, and he understood that the tree retained its own identity even when it allowed his awareness to join with it. In your terms, the use of language began as man lost this kind of identification. I must stress again that the identification was not symbolic, but practical daily expression. Nature spoke for man, and man for nature. In a manner of speaking, the noun and the verb were one. The noun did not disappear, but expressed itself as the verb. In a kind of emotional magnification unknown to you, each person's private emotions were given an expression and release through nature's changes, a release that was understood and taken for granted. In the most profound of terms, weather conditions and the emotions are still highly related. The inner conditions caused the exterior climate changes, though of course it now seems to you that it is the other way around. You are robbed then, or you rob yourselves, of one of the most basic kinds of expression, since you can no longer identify yourselves with the forces of nature. Man wanted to pursue a certain kind of consciousness, however. In your terms, over a period of time, he pulled his awareness in, so to speak. He no longer identified as he did before, and began to view objects through the object of his own body. He no longer merged his awareness, so that he learned to look at a tree as one object, where before he would have joined with it, and perhaps viewed his own standing body from the tree's vantage point. It was then that mental images became important in usual terms, for he had understood these before, but in a different way, from the inside out. Now he began to draw and sketch, and to learn how to build images in the mind that were connected to real exterior objects in the presently accepted manner. Now he walked, not simply for pleasure, but to gain the information he wanted, to cross distances that before his consciousness had freely traveled. So he needed primitive maps and signs. Instead of using whole images, he used partial ones, fragments of circles or lines, to represent natural objects. He had always made sounds that communicated emotions, intent, and sheer exuberance. When he became involved with sketched or drawn images, he began to imitate their form with the shape of his lips. The O was perfect and represented one of his initial deliberate sounds or verbalized language. Now, regardless of the language you speak, the sounds that you can make are dependent upon your physical structure, so that human language is composed of a certain limited number of sounds. Your physical construction is the result of inner molecular configurations, and the sounds you make are related to these. I said before that early man felt a certain emotional magnification, that he felt, for example, the wind's voice as his own. In a manner of speaking, your languages, while expressing your individual intents and communications, also represent a kind of amplification arising from your molecular configurations. The wind makes certain sounds that are dependent upon the characteristics of the earth. The breath makes certain sounds that are dependent upon the characteristics of the body. There is a connection between alphabets and the molecular structure that composes your tissue. Alphabets, then, are natural keys also. Such natural keys have a molecular history. You form these keys into certain sound patterns that have particular meanings. This provides you with a certain kind of communication, but it also allows a molecular expression that is natural at that level, and then used by you for your own purposes. I am not saying that molecules speak. I am saying that they are expressed through your speech, however, and that your speech represents an amplification of their existence. Through your words, their reality is amplified, in the same way that man's emotions once found amplification through the physical elements. Certain sounds are verbal replicas of molecular constructions, put together by you to form sentences in the same way, for example, that molecules are put together to form cells and tissues. There are quote-unquote inner sounds that act like layers between tissues, that quote-unquote coat molecules, and these serve as a basis for exterior sound principles. These are also connected to rhythm in the body itself. To some extent, punctuation is sound that you do not hear, a pause that implies the presence of withheld sound. To some extent, then, language is as dependent upon the unspoken as the spoken, and the rhythm of silence as well as of sound. In that context, however, silence involves merely a pause of sound in which sound is implied but withheld. Inner sound deals primarily with that kind of relationship. Language is meaningful only because of the rhythm of the silence upon which it rides. Its meaning comes from the pauses between the sounds as much as it does from the sounds themselves. The flow of breath is obviously important, regulating the rhythm and the spacing of the words. The breath's integrity arises directly from the proper give and take between cells, the functioning of the tissues, and all that is the expression of molecular competence. That competence is obviously responsible for language, but beyond that, it is intimately connected with the patterns of languages themselves, the construction of syntax, and even with the figures of speech used. Again, you speak for yourselves, yet in doing so, you speak a language that is not yours alone, but the result of intercommunications too swift for you to follow, involving corporal and subjective realities alike. For this reason, your languages have a meaning on several levels. The sounds you make have physical effects on your own and other bodies. There is a sound value, then, as apart from a meaning value. The words you speak to someone else are, in certain terms, broken down by the listener to basic components and understood at different levels. There are psychological interpretations made and molecular ones. The sounds and their pauses will express emotional states, and reactions to these will alter the body's condition to whatever degree. The listener then breaks down the language. He builds up his own response. You have so connected words and images that language seems to consist of a sound that suggests an image. Yet, some languages have had sounds for feelings and subjective states, and they had no subjects or predicates, nor even a sentence structure that you would recognize. Your language must follow your perceptions. though the sound structure beneath need not. You say, I am today, I was yesterday, and I will be tomorrow. Yet some languages would find such utterances incomprehensible, and the words I am would be used in all instances. Initially, however, before the birth of images and words, as you understand them, the world existed in different terms than those you know. Images, as you consider them, had not taken the form that you recognize. It seems to you that visually, for example, the natural world must be put together or perceived in a certain fashion. Whatever your language, you perceive trees, mountains, people, oceans. You never see a man merged with a tree, for example. This would be considered an hallucinatory image. Your visual data are learned and interpreted so that they appear as the only possible results of that data. Inner vision can confound you, because in your mind you often see images quite clearly that you would dismiss if your eyes were open. In the terms of which we are speaking, however, the young species utilized what I have called the quote-unquote inner senses to a far greater degree than you do. Visually, early man did not perceive the physical world in the way that seems natural to you. When a man's consciousness, for example, blended with that of a tree, those data became quote-unquote visual for others to perceive. When a man's consciousness merged with an animal's, that blending became visual data also. In a manner of speaking, the brain put visual information together so that the visual contents of the world were not as stationary as they are now. You have learned to be highly specific in your physical sight and interpretations. Your mental vision holds hints as to data that could be, but are not, visually, physically perceived. You have trained yourselves to react to certain visual cues which trigger your mental interpretations, and to ignore other variations. These latter can be described as too subtle, yet actually they are no more subtle than those you acknowledge. Data, you say, are stored in the chromosomes, strung together in a certain fashion. Now, biologically, that is direct cognition. The inner senses perceive directly in the same fashion. To you, language means words. Words are always symbols for emotions or feelings, intents or desires. Direct cognition did not need the symbols. The first language, the initial language, did not involve images or words, but dealt with a free flow of directly cognitive material. A man, wondering what a tree was like, became one, and let his own consciousness flow into the tree. Man's consciousness mixed and merged with other kinds of consciousness with the great curiosity of love. A child did not simply look at an animal, but let its consciousness merge with the animal's, and so to some extent the animal looked out through the child's eyes. In ways most difficult to explain, man quote-unquote absorbed an animal's spirit before he killed it, so that the spirit of the animal merged with his own. In using the animal's flesh, then, the hunter believed that he was giving the animal a new focus of existence. He could draw on the animal's strength, and the animal could join in human consciousness. Nature and spirit, therefore, were one. Your own kind of focus emerged from such a background, so that within yourselves you contain myriad consciousnesses of which you are unaware. Through your own particular focus, the consciousnesses of the natural world merged to form a synthesis in which, for example, symphonies can emerge. You act not only for yourselves, but also for other kinds of consciousness that you have purposefully forgotten. In following your own purposes, which are yours, you also serve the purposes of others you have forgotten. In thinking your own private thoughts, you also add to a larger psychic and mental reality of which you are part. Your languages program your perceptions, and limit your communications in certain terms as much as they facilitate it. A musician writing a symphony, however, does not use all of the notes that are available to him. He chooses and discriminates. His discrimination is based upon his knowledge of the information available, however. In the same way, your languages are based upon an inner knowledge of larger available communications. The quote-unquote secrets of language are not to be found then in the available sounds, accents, root words, or syllables, but in the rhythms between the words, the pauses and hesitations, the flow with which the words are put together, and the unsaid inferences that connect verbal and visual data. As a species, quote-unquote, you sought certain kinds of experience. Individually and as tribes or nations, you follow certain quote-unquote progressions, and yet in so doing, you act also on the part of the whole of nature. You take into your bodies in transmuted form the consciousnesses of all the things you consume. Those consciousnesses then merge to perceive the world in a fashion you call your own. Through your eyes, the beasts, vegetables, birds, and dust perceive the dawn and sunlight as you do, as you, and yet, on the other hand, your experience is your own. To some extent, it is true to say that languages emerged as you began to lose direct communication with your own experience, and with that of others. Language is therefore a substitute for direct communication. The symbols of the words stand for your own or someone else's experience, while protecting you or them from it at the same time. Visual data, as you perceive them, amount to visual language. The images perceived are like visual words. An object is presented to your visual perception so that you can safely perceive it from the outside. Objects, as you see them, are also symbols. Chapter 7. The Psyche, Languages, and Gods. Almost any question that you can ask about God can be legitimately asked of the psyche as well. It seems to you that you know yourself, but you take the existence of your psyche on faith. At best, it often seems that you are all that you know of your psyche, and you will complain that you do not know yourself to begin with. When you say, "I want to find myself," you usually take it for granted that there is a completed, done, finished version of yourself that you have mislaid somewhere. When you think of finding God, you often think in the same terms. Now, you are, quote-unquote, around yourself all of the time. You are ever becoming yourself. In a manner of speaking, you are, quote-unquote, composed of those patterns of yourself that are everywhere coming together. You cannot help but be yourself. Biologically, mentally, and spiritually, you are marked as apart from all others, and no cloak of conventionality can ever hide that unutterable uniqueness. You cannot help but be yourself then. In a way, physically, you are a molecular language that communicates to others, but a language with its own peculiarities, as if speaking an accepted tongue, you spoke with a biological accent that carried its own flavor and meaning. When you ask, "What is my psyche or my soul?" or "Who am I?" you are seeking, of course, for your own meaning as apart from what you already know about yourself. In that context, God is as known and as unknown as you are to yourself. Both God and the psyche are constantly expanding, unutterable, and always becoming. You will question, most likely, becoming what? For to you, it usually seems that all motion tends toward a state of completion of one kind or another. You think, therefore, in terms of becoming perfect or becoming free. The word becoming by itself seems to leave you up in the air, so to speak, suspended without definitions. If I say, you are becoming what you already are, then my remark sounds meaningless. For if you already are, how can you become what is already accomplished? In larger terms, however, what you are is always vaster than your knowledge of yourself. For in physical life, you cannot keep up with your own psychological and psychic activity. Again, in a way, your bodies speak a biological language, but in those terms, you are bilingual to say the least. You deal with certain kinds of organizations. They can be equated with biological verbs, adjectives, and nouns. These result in certain time sequences that can be compared to sentences, written and read from one side, say, to the other. Pretend that your life's experience is a page of a book that you write, read, and experience from top to bottom, left to right, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph. That is the you that you know, the world view that you understand. But other quite as legitimate yous may write, read, and experience the same page backwards, or read each letter downward and back up again, as you would a column of figures. Or others might mix and match the letters in entirely different fashions altogether, forming entirely different sentences. Still another, vaster you might be aware of all the different methods of experiencing that particular page, which is your life as you understand it. You think that your own consciousness is the only logical culmination of your body's reality. You read yourself in a certain accepted fashion. In the quote-unquote entire book of life, however, just physically speaking, there are interrelationships on adjacent levels that you do not perceive, as other portions of your own biological consciousness or biological language relate to the entire living fabric of the world. In physical terms, you are alive because of substructures, psychic, spiritual, and biological, of which you have hardly any comprehension at all. These are implied, however, in the nature of your own consciousness, which could not exist otherwise as you know it. As language gains and attains its meaning not only by what is included in it, but also by what is excluded, so your consciousness attains its stability also by exclusions. What you are is implied in the nature of what you are not. By the same token, you are what you are because of the existence of what you are not. You read yourselves from the top of the page to the bottom, or from what you think of as the beginning to the end. Your greater reality, however, is read in terms of intensities, so that the psyche puts you together in different ways. The psyche does not mark time. To it, the intense experiences of your life exist simultaneously. In your terms, they would be the psyche's present. The psyche deals with probable events, however. So some events, perhaps some that you dreamed of but did not materialize, are quite real to the psyche. They are far more real to it than most innocuous but definitely physical events, as, for example, yesterday morning's breakfast. The inner events of the psyche compose the greater experience from which physical events arrive. They cast an aura that almost magically makes your life your own. Even if two people encountered precisely the same events in their lives at precisely the same time, their experiences of reality would still hardly be approximately connected. Again, you read your own identities in a particular, specialized fashion. Within your biological experience, however, plant, mineral, animal, and human consciousness intersect. They encounter each other in the language of the self that you speak. These encounters are like the implied pauses in your verbal language. These other kinds of consciousness then form inner rhythms upon which you superimpose your own. These encounters of consciousness go on constantly. They form their own kind of adjacent identities. You would call them subspecies of consciousness, perhaps, but they are really identities that operate in a trans-species fashion. If you, quote-unquote, read yourselves sideways in such a manner, you would discover portions of your own consciousness stretching out across the entire fabric of the earth as you understand it, becoming a part of the earth's material, even as those materials become part of the self that you recognize. Your consciousness would be far less hemmed in. Time would expand adjacently. You think of yourselves physically as quote-unquote top dogs, however, separated from the other species and kinds of life, so that in effect you limit your own experience of your psyche. If you thought or felt in such a fashion, then you would appreciate the fact that biologically your body is yours by virtue of the mineral, plant, and animal life from which it gains its sustenance. You would not feel imprisoned as you often do within one corporal form, for you would understand that the body itself maintains its relative stability because of its constant give and take with the materials of the earth that are themselves possessed of consciousness. You could, to some extent, feel your body coming together and dispersing constantly, and understand how you hover within it without fearing your own annihilation upon its dismantlement. When you ask, "Who am I?" you are trying to read yourself as if you were a simple sentence already written. Instead, you write yourself as you go along. The sentence that you recognize is only one of many probable variations. You and no other choose which experiences you want to actualize. You do this as spontaneously as you speak words. You take it for granted that a sentence begun will be finished. You are in the midst of speaking yourself. The speaking, which is your life, seems to happen by itself, since you are not aware of keeping yourself alive. Your heart beats whether or not you understand anatomy. You read yourself in too narrow terms. Much of the pain connected with serious illness and death results because you have no faith in your own continuing reality. You fight pain because you have not learned to transcend it, or rather to use it. You do not trust the natural consciousness of the body, so that when its end nears, and such an end is inevitable, you do not trust the signals that the body gives that are meant to free you. Certain kinds of pain automatically eject consciousness from the body. Such pain cannot be verbalized, for it is a mixture of pain and pleasure, a tearing free, and it automatically brings about an almost exhilarating release of consciousness. Such pain is also very brief. Under your present system, however, drugs are usually administered, in which case pain is somewhat minimized, but prolonged, not triggering the natural release mechanisms. If you read yourselves adjacently, you would build up confidence in the body and in those cooperative consciousnesses that form it. You would have an intimate awareness of the body's healing processes also. You would not fear death as annihilation, and would feel your own consciousness gently disentangle itself from those others that so graciously couched it. You are a part of the world, and yet you are yourself. This does not confuse you, and you follow your own sense of identity without difficulty, even though you are everywhere surrounded by other individuals. Using this as an analogy, you are a part of your psyche, or your soul, dwelling within it, easily following your own sense of identity, even though that psyche also contains other identities beside the one that you think of as your own. You draw sustenance from the world and grow through its medium. You contribute your abilities and experience, helping to form the world's civilization and culture. To some strong degree, you bear the same kind of relationship to your own psyche. Through ordinary methods of communication, you are able to tell what is going on in other countries beside your own, even without traveling to them. News telecasts acquaint you with conditions around the world. Now, there are also inner quote-unquote broadcasts going on constantly, to which, however, you are not consciously attuned. These keep you in constant touch with the other portions of your own psyche. You are so a part of the world that your slightest action contributes to its reality. Your breath changes the atmosphere. Your encounters with others alter the fabrics of their lives and the lives of those who come in contact with them. It is easy for you to see how the cells of the body form it. That is, you understand at least the cooperative nature of the cell's activities. An alteration on the part of one cell immediately causes changes in the others and brings about a difference in body behavior. It is somewhat more difficult for you to understand the ways in which your own actions and those of others combine to bring about world events. On the one hand, each of my readers is but one individual alive on the planet at any given quote-unquote time. It may seem that the individual has little power. On the other hand, each individual alive is a necessary one. It is true to say that the world begins and ends with each person. That is, each of your actions is so important, contributing to the experience of others whom you do not know, that each individual is like a center about which the world revolves. If you did not do what you did today, for example, the entire world would be in some way different. Your acts ripple outward in ways that you do not understand, interacting with the experience of others, and hence forming world events. The most famous and the most anonymous persons are connected through such a fabric, and an action seemingly small and innocuous can end up changing history as you understand it. Children often feel that the world and time began with their birth. They take the world's past on faith. In very important terms, this is quite a legitimate feeling, for no one else can experience the world from any other viewpoint except from his or her own, or affect it except through private action. In mass, that individual action obviously causes world events. In metaphysical terms, you have your being in your psyche or soul in somewhat the same manner. Identities are obviously psychic environments primarily, rather than physical ones. Physical objects cannot move through each other, as a table cannot move through a chair. Mental events behave differently. They can mix and merge, move through each other while still maintaining their own focus. They can interact on psychic levels in the way that events do on physical levels, but without physical restrictions. Though you are a portion of your psyche then, your identity is still inviolate. It will not be submerged or annihilated in a greater self. It carries a stamp, a divine mark of its own integrity. It follows its own focus and knows itself as itself, even while its own existence as itself may be but a portion of another quote-unquote identity. Moreover, there is nothing to stop it from exploring this other greater identity, or moving into it, so to speak. When this happens, both identities are changed. In greater terms, the psyche or soul nowhere exists as a finished product or entity. On the other hand, it is always becoming, and that becoming happens on the part of each of its own portions. Your very physical stance and existence are dependent upon portions of your psyche's reality, or your soul's existence, of which you are normally unaware. These portions are also dependent upon your existence, however. You take your breathing, your moving, for granted, though they are unconsciously produced. In certain terms, however, quote-unquote, at one time, you had to learn how to do these things that you are not now consciously concerned with. At still other levels of reality, activities that you now consciously claim as your own have, in those same terms and from another viewpoint, become unconscious, providing a psychic history from which other identities emerge, as it seems that your own identities emerge from unconscious bodily activity. In certain very definite terms, the existence of one person implies the existence of all others who have lived or will live. Your own existence is implied, therefore, in everyone else's, and theirs is implied in yours. I said that languages gain their meaning largely from the pauses and hesitations between sounds. They obviously gain their meaning also because of the sounds not used, so that any one language also implies the existence of all others. To that extent, all other languages reside silently within any given spoken language. The same applies to language written upon a page. The written characters make sense because of their arrangement, and precisely because they are chosen over other characters that do not appear. In the same kind of manner, your focused existence is dependent upon all those other existences that are not you. You are a part of them. You ride upon their existences, though you are primarily you and no other. The same applies, however, to every other person. Each of them becomes a primary focus or identity within which all others are implied. In ordinary terms, you do not, quote-unquote, make yourselves. You are like a living language spoken by someone who did not originate it. The language was there for you to use. The language in this case is a molecular one that speaks your physical being. The components of that language, or the earth elements that form the body, were already created when you were born, as the alphabet of your particular language was waiting to be used. Your very physical life, then, implies a quote-unquote source, a life out of which the physical one emerges, the implied, unspoken, unmaterialized, unsounded vitality that supplied the ingredients for the physical, bodily, molecular quote-unquote alphabet. Your physical life, therefore, implies a non-physical one. You take your particular quote-unquote language so for granted and use it so effortlessly that you give no thought at all to the fact that it implies other languages also, or that it gains its meaning because of inner assumptions that are never spoken, or by the use of pauses in which no sounds are made. You live your lives in the same fashion. There are many languages, though most people speak one or two, or three at most. Languages also have accents, each somewhat different while still maintaining the original integrity of any given language. To some extent, you can learn to speak yourself with an accent, so to speak, in which case, still being yourself, you allow yourself to take on some of the attributes of another quote-unquote language. You can read the world in a different way while still maintaining your own identity. Or you can move into a different country of yourself that speaks your native language but with a different slant. You do this to some extent or another whenever you tune in to broadcasts to which you usually pay no attention. The news is slightly foreign, while it is still interpreted through the language that you know. You are getting a translation of reality. The psyche, always in a state of becoming, obviously has no precise boundaries. The existence of one, again, implies the existence of all, and so any one given psyche comes into prominence also because of the existence of the others upon which its reality rides. One television station exists in the same manner, for if one could not be tuned into, theoretically speaking, none could. These intercommunications then reach outward in all directions. Each identity has eternal validity within the psyche's greater reality. At one level, then, any person contacting his or her own psyche can theoretically contact any other psyche. life implies death, and death implies life. That is, in the terms of your world. In those terms, life is a spoken element, while death is the unspoken but still present element, quote unquote, beneath, upon which life rides. Both are equally present. To obtain knowledge consciously other than that usually available, you pay attention to the pauses, to the implied elements in language, to any felt or sensed quality upon which the recognizable experiences of life reside. There are all kinds of information available to you, but it must still be perceived through your own focus or identity. I have said that all events occur at once, a difficult statement to understand. All identities occur at once also. Each event changes every other. Present ones alter past ones. Any one event implies the existence of probable events which do not, quote unquote, emerge, which are not, quote unquote, spoken. Physical world events, therefore, rest upon the existence of implied probable events. Different languages use sounds in their own peculiar manners, with their own rhythms, one emphasizing what another ignores. Other probabilities, therefore, emphasize events that are only implied as pauses in your reality, so that your physical events become the implied probable ones upon which other worlds reside. Now, in a manner of speaking then, you use the language of the atoms and molecules in your own private way. You mark the universe. You impress it, or quote unquote stamp it, or imprint it with your own identity. Henceforth, it always recognizes you as you and no other. You are then known. In larger terms, while you speak your own language, the universe also speaks, quote unquote, your language, as it constantly translates itself into your private perception. Remember, I said that you lived in your psyche somewhat in the same way that physically you dwell in the world. That world has many languages. Physically, you are like one country within your psyche, with a language of your own. People are always searching for master languages, or for one in particular out of which all others emerged. In a way, Latin is a master language. In the same manner, people search for gods, or a god, out of which all psyches emerged. Here, you are searching for the implied source, the unspoken, invisible quote-unquote pause, the inner organization that gives language or the self a vehicle for expression. Languages finally become archaic. Some words are entirely forgotten in one language, but spring up in altered form in another. All of the Earth's languages, however, are united because of characteristic pauses and hesitations upon which the different sounds ride. Even the alterations of obvious pauses between languages make sense only because of an implied, unstated inner rhythm. The historic gods became equally archaic. Their differences are often obvious. When you are learning a language, great mystery seems involved. When you are learning about the nature of the psyche, an even greater aura of the unknown exists. The unknown portions of the psyche and its greater horizons, therefore, have often been perceived as gods or as the greater psyches out of which the self emerged, as, for example, Latin is a source for the Romance languages. Using ordinary language, you speak with your fellows. You write histories and communications. Your books are meant to be read and never to be spoken aloud. Through written language, then, communication is vastly extended. In direct contact, however, you encounter not only the spoken language of another, but you are presented with the communicator's person as well. Spoken language is embellished with smiles, frowns, or other gestures, and these add to the meaning of the spoken word. Often, when you read a book, you silently mouth the words, as if to reinforce their symbolic content with a more emotional immediacy. The language of the psyche, however, is far richer and more varied. Its quote-unquote words spring alive. Its quote-unquote verbs really move and do not simply signify or stand for motion. Its quote-unquote nouns become what they signify. Its declensions are multidimensional. Its verbs and nouns can become interchangeable. In a way, the psyche is its own language. Quote-unquote, at any given time, all of its tenses are present tense. In other words, it has multitudinous tenses, all in the present, or it has multitudinous present tenses. Within it, no quote-unquote word dies or becomes archaic. This language is experience. Psychically, then, you can and you cannot say that there is a source. The very fact that you question, is there a God or a source, shows that you misunderstand the issues. In the same manner, when you ask, is there a master language, it is apparent that you do not understand what language itself is. Otherwise, you would know that language is dependent upon other implied ones, and that the two, or all of them, are themselves and yet inseparable, so closely connected that it is impossible to separate them even though your focus may be upon one language alone. So the psyche and its source, or the individual and God, are so inseparable and interconnected that an attempt to find one apart from the other automatically confuses the issue. The physical world implies the existence of a God. God's existence also implies the existence of a physical world. This statement implies the unstated, and the reverse also applies. To deny the validity or importance of the individual is therefore also to deny the importance or validity of God, for the two exist one within the other, and you cannot separate them. From one end of reality, you shout, "Where is God?" And from the other end, the answer comes, "I am me." From the other end of reality, God goes shouting, "Who am I?" and finds himself in you. You are therefore a part of the source, and so is everything else manifest. Because God is, you are. Because you are, God is. On a conscious level, certainly you are not all that God is, for that is the unstated, unmanifest portion of yourself. Your being rides upon that unstated reality, as a letter of the alphabet rides upon the inner organizations that are implied by its existence. In those terms, your unstated portions, quote-unquote, reach backwards to a source called God, as various languages can be traced back to their source. Master languages can be compared to the historic gods. Each person alive is a part of the living God, supported in life by the magnificent power of nature, which is God translated into the elements of the earth and the universe. Your daily language deals with separations, divisions, and distinctions. To some extent, your language organizes your feelings and emotions. The language of the psyche, however, has at its command many more symbols than can be combined in many more ways, say, than mere letters of an alphabet. In daily language, objects have certain names. Obviously, the names are not the objects, but symbols for them. Even these symbols, however, divide you as the perceiver from the rest of the world, which becomes objectified. You can yourself understand far more about the nature of the psyche, for example, than you think that you can. To do this, however, you must leave your daily language behind, at least momentarily, and pay attention to your own feelings and imagination. Your language tells you that certain things are true, or facts, and that certain things are not. Many of your most vivid and moving feelings do not fit the facts of your language, so you disregard them. These emotional experiences, however, often express the language of the psyche. It is not that an understanding of your psyche is beyond you. It is usually that you try to understand or experience it in one of the most difficult ways, through the use of daily language. The imagination belongs to the language of the psyche. For this reason, it often gives experiences that conflict with the basic assumptions upon which daily language is based. Therefore, the imagination is often considered suspect. You might stand alone in your doorway or in a field, or even on a street surrounded by many people in a large city. Look upward, suddenly struck by the great sweeping clouds above, and feel yourself a part of them. You might momentarily experience a great yearning or feel your own emotions suddenly filled with that same moving majesty, so that for an instant you and the sky seem to be one. Mundane language tells you, as you think with its patterns, that your imagination is running away with you, for obviously you are one thing and the sky is another. You and the sky do not equate, or, as friend Spock would say, it is not logical. The feeling swiftly fades after bemusing you briefly. You might be spiritually refreshed, yet as a rule you would not consider the feeling to be a statement of any legitimate reality, or a representation of your psyche's existence. The emotions and the imagination, however, give you your closest contact with other portions of your own reality. They also liberate your intellect so that its powers are not limited by concepts it has been taught are true. Instead, such concepts are relatively true, operationally true. For example, the physical laws that you are familiar with operate where you are. They are true, relatively speaking. In those terms, you are one person physically objectified, staring upward in the scene just mentioned at an objectified sky. You weigh so many pounds, tilt your head at such and such an angle to peer upward at the skyscape, and physically speaking, you can be categorized. In those same terms, the clouds could be physically measured and shown to be so far above you, composed of, say, winds of a certain velocity, ready to pour down a precise amount of rain or whatever. Physically speaking, then, obviously, you are separate from the clouds, and so in those terms, your momentary experience of uniting with them would seem to be a lie, at least not factual, or, quote-unquote, the product of your imagination. Instead, such an event is a direct expression of the psyche's knowledge. It senses its quite legitimate identification with nature, exercises its mobility, and feels its own emotional power leap. Your emotions in such a case would be momentarily magnified, raised, say, to a higher power. There are multitudinous such examples that could be given, as in each day your psyche presents evidence of its own greater being, evidence that you are taught to overlook or to dismiss because it is not factual. What is imaginary is not true. You are taught this as children. The imagination, however, brings you into connection with a different kind of truth, or a different framework in which experience can be legitimately perceived. The larger truths of the psyche exist in that dimension. From it, you choose physical facts. Thoughts are real. Only some thoughts turn into physical actions, of course. Despite distorted versions of that last statement, however, there is still obviously a distinct difference, say, between the thought of adultery and its physical expression. You cannot treat thoughts and imagination in such a literal manner, nor in a large respect should you try to, quote-unquote, guard your thoughts as if they were herds of animals that you wanted to keep purely bred. Your thoughts do form your reality. If you do not fear them, however, they create their own balances. The psyche dwells in a reality so different from the world you usually recognize that there, good and evil, as you think of them, are also seen to be as operationally or relatively true as the difference between the perceiver and the object perceived. Dreams, you have been taught, are imaginary events. In larger terms, it is futile to question whether or not dreams are true, for they simply are. You do consider a dream true, however, if its events later occur in fact. In the life of the psyche, a dream is no more or less quote-unquote true whether or not it is duplicated in waking life. Dream events happen in a different context, one, you might say, of the imagination. Here you experience a valid reality that exists on its own, so to speak, one in which the psyche's own language is given greater freedom. Some of you may try to remember your dreams, but none of you have to relate to dream reality as you must to physical life. To some extent, however, you form physical events while you are dreaming. Then, freed from waking limitations, you process your experience, weigh it according to your own intents and purposes, correlate it with information so vast you cannot be consciously aware of it. In most dreams, you do not simply think of a situation, you imaginatively become part of it. It is real in every fashion, except that of physical fact. When you meet with any fact, you encounter the tail end of a certain kind of creativity. The psyche, however, is responsible for bringing facts into existence. In that reality, a so-called fact is equally true or equally false. The dream that you remember is already a translation of a deeper experience. It is cast for you so that it bridges the perception of the psyche and the perception of the dreaming self. Dreams serve as dramas, transferring experience from one level of the psyche to another. In certain portions of sleep, your experience reaches into areas of being so vast that the dream is used to translate it for you. The power to dream springs from that source. Dreaming is not a passive activity. It demands a peculiar and distinctive mixture of various kinds of consciousness, and the transformation of quote-unquote non-physical perception into symbols and codes that will be sensually understood, though not directly expressed as in waking experience. You take dreaming for granted, yet it is the result of a characteristic ability that is responsible for the very subjective feeling that you call conscious life. Without it, your normal consciousness would not be possible. A spoken language is, again, dependent upon all other languages that could possibly be spoken, and thus its sounds rise into prominence and order because of the silences and pauses between them, and your waking consciousness is dependent upon what you think of as sleeping or dreaming consciousness. It rises into prominence in somewhat the same fashion, riding upon other possible versions of itself, alert only because, in your terms, of hidden pauses within its alertness. The ability to dream presupposes the existence of experience that is not defined as physical fact. It presupposes a far greater freedom, in which perception is not dependent upon space or time, a reality in which objects appear or are dismissed with equal ease, a subjective framework in which the individual freely expresses what he or she will in the most direct of fashions, yet without physical contact in usual terms. That reality represents your origin and is the natural environment in which the psyche resides. Your beliefs, cultural background, and to some extent your languages set up barriers so that this dream dimension seems unreal to you. Even when you catch yourselves in the most vivid of dream adventures, or find yourselves traveling outside of your bodies while dreaming, you still do not give such experiences equal validity with waking ones. Subjectively speaking, you are everywhere surrounded by your own greater reality, but you do not look in the right places. You have been taught not to trust your feelings, your dreams, or your imagination, precisely because these do not often fit the accepted reality of facts. They are the creators of facts, however. In no way do I mean to demean the intellect. It is here, however, that the tyranny of the fact world holds greatest sway. The intellect has been denied its wings. Its field of activity has been limited because you have given it only facts to go on. Biologically, you are quite capable of dealing with dreaming and waking reality both, and of forming a far more effective synthesis in that regard. All of your creative impulses arise from that hidden dimension, the very impulses that formed your greatest cities, your technology, and the physical cement that binds your culturally organized world. The creative impulses are behind your languages, yet often you use the languages to silence rather than free inner communication. There have always been rhythms in consciousness that are not historically obvious. At certain times, some behavior has been primarily expressed in the waking state, and sometimes in the dream state. The emphasis is never static, but ever changing. In some periods then, the normal behavior was quote-unquote more dreamlike, while more specific developments occurred in the dream state, which was then the more clear or specified of the two. Men went to sleep to do their work, in other words, and the realm of dreams was considered more real than waking reality. Now, the opposite is true. Chapter 8: Dreams, Creativity, Languages, and quote-unquote cordellas. Though you may not realize it, you really manage your subjective lives in a rather circular fashion. Pretend that the present moment is like a wheel, with your concentration at the hub. To maintain what you think of as time momentum, the hub is connected by spokes to the exterior circular framework. Otherwise, the hub alone would get you nowhere, and your quote-unquote moment would not even give you a bumpy ride. Your journey through time, however, seems to go smoothly. The wheel rolls ever forward. It can roll backward as well, but in your intentness, you have a forward direction in mind, and to go backward would seem to divert you from your purpose. The forward motion brings you into the future, out of the past from which it seems you are emerging. So you plot a straight course, it seems, through time, never realizing in our analogy that the wheel's circular motion allows you to transverse this ongoing road. The body of the present, therefore, is held together by quote-unquote spokes. These have nothing to do with your ideas of cause and effect at all. Instead, they refer to the circular motion of your own psyche as it seems to progress in time. Each present moment of your experience is dependent upon the future as well as the past, your death as well as your birth. Your birth and your death are built in, so to speak, together, one implied in the other. You could not die unless you were the kind of creature who was born, nor could you have a present moment as you consider it. Your body is aware of the fact of its death at birth, and of its birth at its death, for all of its possibilities for action take place in the area between. Death is therefore as creative as birth, and as necessary for action and consciousness in your terms. It is not quite that simple, however, for you live in the midst of multitudinous small deaths and births all of the time that are registered by the body and the psyche. Consciously, you are usually unaware of them. Logical thought, using usual definitions, deals with cause and effect, and depends upon a straight sequence of time for its framework. It builds step upon step. It is woven into your language. According to logical thought and language, you may say, I am going to a party today because I was invited last week and said I would attend. That makes sense. You cannot say, I am going to a party today because I am going to meet an individual there who will be very important to my life 5 years from now. That does not make sense in terms of logical thought or language, for in the last example, cause and effect would exist simultaneously, or worse, the effect would exist before the cause. On all other than normally conscious levels, however, you deal very effectively with probabilities. The cells maintain their integrity by choosing one probability above the others. The present hub of the wheel, therefore, is but one prominent present, operationally valid. Cause and effect, as you think of them, appear only because of the motion, the relative motion, of the wheel in our analogy. When your eyes are on the road of time, therefore, you forget the circular motion of your being. When you dream or sleep, however, the world of cause and effect either vanishes or appears confused and chaotic. Normal daytime images are mixed and matched, so that the combinations are formed quite different from those seen in the daylight. The known rules that govern the behavior of creatures and objects in dreams seem no longer to apply. Past, present, and future merge in a seemingly bizarre alliance, in which, were you waking, you would lose all mental footing. The circular nature of the psyche, to some extent, makes itself known. When you think of dreams, you usually consider those aspects of it only, commenting perhaps upon the strange activities, the odd juxtapositions, and the strange character of dream life itself. Few are struck by the fact of their dream's own order, or impressed by the ultimate restraint that allows such sometimes spectacular events to occur in such a relatively restricted physical framework. For example, in a dream of 20 minutes, events that would ordinarily take years can be experienced. The body ages its 20 minutes of time, and that is all. In dreams, experience is peripheral, in that it dips into your time and touches it, leaving ripples, but the dream events themselves exist largely out of time. Dream experience is ordered in a circular fashion. Sometimes it never touches the hub of your present moment at all as you think of it, as far as your memory is concerned, yet the dream is, and it is registered at all other levels of your existence, including the cellular. You always translate experience into terms that you can understand. Of course, the translation is real. The dream, as you recall it, is already a translation then, but an experienced one. As a language that you know is, again, dependent upon other languages and implied pauses and silences, so the dream that you experience and recall is also one statement of the psyche, coming into prominence, but it is also dependent upon other events that you do not recall, and that your consciousness, as it now operates, must automatically translate into its own terms. Now, on a physical level, your body reacts to information about the environment with which you are not consciously concerned. That same information is highly important to the body's integrity, however, and therefore to your own mental stance. On cellular levels, the body has a picture not only of its own present condition, but all of those aspects of the physical environment that affect its own condition. In its own codified fashion, it is not only aware of local weather conditions, for example, but of all those world patterns of weather upon which the local area is dependent. It then prepares itself ahead of time to meet whatever challenges of adjustment will be necessary. It weighs probabilities. It reacts to pressures of various kinds. You are aware of pressure through touch, for instance, but in another version of that sense entirely, the cells react to air pressure. The body knows to the most precise degree, the measurements involving radiation of all kinds. At one level, then, the body itself has a picture of reality of its own, upon which your conscious reality must be based. And yet, the body's terms of recognition or knowledge exist in terms so alien to your conscious ones as to be incomprehensible. Your conscious order, therefore, rides upon this greater circular kind of knowledge. Generally speaking, the psyche has the same kind of instant overall comprehension of psychological events and environments as your body has of physical ones. It is then aware of your overall psychological climate locally as it involves you personally and in world terms. Your actions take place with such seeming nonchalance that you do not realize the order involved. A volcanic eruption in one corner of the world will ultimately affect the entire Earth in varying degrees. An emotional eruption will do the same thing on another level, altering the local area primarily, but also sending out its ripples into the mass psychological environment. The psyche's picture of reality, then, would be equally incomprehensible to the conscious mind because of the intense focus upon singularity that your usual consciousness requires. Your dreams often give you glimpses, however, of the psyche's picture of reality in that regard. You become aware of probabilities as actions sometimes that seem to have no connection with your own, but which are still related to them in that greater scheme of interaction that ordinarily you do not comprehend. When you grow from a baby to an adult, you do not just grow tall, you grow all about yourself, adding weight and thickness as well. To some extent, events, quote unquote, grow in the same fashion, and from the inside out, as you do. In a dream, you are closer to those stages in which events are born. In your terms, they emerge from the future and form the past, and are given vitality because of creative tension that exists between what you think of as your birth and your death. You make sentences out of the alphabet of your language. You speak these or write them, and use them to communicate. Events can be considered in the same fashion as psychological sentences put together from the alphabet of the senses, experienced sentences that are lived instead of written, formed into perceived history instead of just being penned, for example, into a book about history. I said that your language to some extent programs your experience. There is a language of the senses, however, that gives you biological perception, experience, and communication. It forms the nature of the events that you can perceive. It puts experience together so that it is physically felt. All of your written or verbal languages have to be based upon this biological quote-unquote alphabet. There is far greater leeway here than there is in any of your spoken or written languages. I use the word cordella to express the source out of which such languages spring. There are many correlations, of course, between your language and your body. Your spoken language is dependent upon your breath, and even written language is dependent upon the rapidity with which messages can leap the nerve endings. Biological cordellas, then, must be the source for physical languages, but the cordellas themselves arise from the psyche's greater knowledge as it forms the physical mechanism to begin with. Dreams are a language of the psyche, in which man's nature merges in time and out of it. He has sense experiences. He runs, though he lies in bed. He shouts, though no word is spoken. He still has the language of the flesh, and yet that language is only opaquely connected with the body's mechanisms. He deals with events, yet they do not happen in his bedroom, or necessarily in any place that he can find upon awakening. Information flows through the universe at such a rate and in such quantities that you could not possibly process any but a small portion of it. Your physical senses, again, act almost like a biological alphabet, allowing you to organize and perceive certain kinds of information from which you form the events of your world and the contours of your reality. Your conscious knowledge rests upon an invisible, unspoken, psychological and physical language that provides the inner support for the communications and recognized happenings of conscious life. These inner languages are built up as cordellas, and these cordellas are psychic organizational units from which then all alphabets are born. Alphabets imply cordellas, but cannot contain them, any more than English can contain Russian, French, Chinese, or any combination. If you try to speak English, you cannot speak Chinese at the same time. One precludes the other, even while one implies the existence of the other, for to that degree, all languages have some common roots. In a way, events are like the spoken components of language, yet voiced in living form, and not, for example, only sounded. These are based upon the sensual alphabet, which itself emerges from non-sensual cordellas. A sentence is built up as words, parts of speech, verbs, and adjectives, subjects and predicates, vowels and syllables. And underneath, there is the entire structure that allows you to speak or read to begin with. To some extent, events are built up in the same fashion. You form and organize sentences, yet you speak on faith without actually knowing the methods involved in your speaking. So you only recognize the surface of that activity. In the same way, you form events, often without being aware that you do so. It seems that events happen, as it seems words are spoken. You were taught how to construct sentences in school, and you learned how to speak from your elders. You were involved with event making before the time of your birth, however. The psyche forms events in the same way that the ocean forms waves, except that the ocean's waves are confined to its surface or to its basin, while the psyche's events are instantly translated and splash out into mass psychological reality. In waking life, you meet the completed event, so to speak. You encounter events in the arena of waking consciousness. In the dream state and at other levels of consciousness, you deal more directly with the formation of events. You are usually as unaware of this process as you are in normal practice of the ways in which you form your sentences, which seem to flow from you so automatically. The psyche, as it is turned toward physical reality, is a creator of events, and through them it experiences its own reality as through your own speech you hear your voice. In dreams, then, you are involved in the inner process by which physical events are formed. You deal with the psychological components of action, which you will awake form into the consecutive corporal quote-unquote language that results in the action of your days. The events that you recognize as official have a unitary nature in time that precludes those probable versions of them from which they arose, versions that appeared to one extent or another in the dream state. Again, if you speak the English sentence, "I am here," you cannot speak the Chinese version at the same time. In that regard, in your framework of action, you choose to quote-unquote speak one event rather than another. Your formation of events, however, does not simply reside in your unique psychological properties, of course, but is possible because of the corporal alphabet of the flesh. Now, as it is possible for any one human being to speak more than one language, it is also possible for you to put physical data together in other ways than those usually used. The body is capable, then, of putting together different languages of reality. In usual terms, for example, your body can only be in one place at one time, and your experience of events is determined in large measure by your body's position. Yet, there are biological mechanisms that allow you to send versions or patterns of your body outside of its prime position, and to perceive from those locations. In sleep and dream states, you do this often, correlating the newly perceived data with usual sense information, and organizing it all without a qualm. For that matter, the preciseness of your ordinary sense perception rests firmly upon this greater inner flexibility, which gives you a broad base from which to form your secure focus. Events emerge like spoken words then into your awareness. You speak, yet who speaks? And in your briefest phrase, what happens? The atoms and molecules within your vocal cords and lungs and lips do not understand one word of the language they allow you to speak so liquidly. Without their cooperation and awareness, however, not a word would be spoken. Yet each of those nameless atoms and molecules cooperates in a vast venture, incomprehensible to you, that makes your speech possible, and your reality of events is built up from a cordella of activity in which each spoken word has a history that stretches further back into the annals of time than the most ancient of fossils could remember. I am speaking in your terms of experience, for in each word spoken in your present, you evoke that past time, or you stimulate it into existence so that its reality and yours are coexistent. In dreams, even the past is in present tense. Events are everywhere forming. You make and remake the past as well as the future. You choose from those experiences certain ones as events in normal waking reality. While you can only speak one sentence at a time and in but one language, and while that sentence must be sounded one vowel or syllable at a time, still it is the result of a kind of circular knowledge or experience in which the sentence's beginning and end is known simultaneously. If the end of it were not known, the beginning could not be started so expertly. In the same way, the experienced event occurring in time is dependent upon a circular happening in which beginning and end are entwined, not one occurring before the other, but coexistent. On a conscious level, again, you could not possibly handle all of the information that is available to you on other levels, information upon which your very physical survival depends. To some extent, then, language operates as a screening device, enabling you to communicate certain data while effectively blocking out other kinds. When you speak a sentence, you do not stop to consider all of the rules of grammar. You do not mentally diagram the sentence ahead of time. You simply speak more or less automatically. This involves the utmost precision, both mentally and physically. When you experience an event, you do not usually stop either to examine the rules of perception or to wonder what these are. You simply experience or perceive. Those experienced events, however, are also the result of a screening process. They attain their focus, brilliance, and physical validity because they rise into prominence on the backs of other seemingly unperceived events. In the dream state, you work intimately with the quote-unquote inner grammar of events. In dreams, you find the unspoken sentence and the physically unexperienced act. The skeletons of the inner workings of events are there more obvious. Actions are not yet fully fleshed out. The mechanics of your waking psychological behavior are brilliantly delineated. That state can be explored and utilized far more fully than it is, and should be. Yet, there will always be a veil between the waking and sleeping consciousness, for while you are physical, the waking mind can only deal with so much information. It would simply forget what it cannot hold. Your dreams affect your cellular reality. even as that reality is largely responsible for the fact that you dream in your terms at all. Dreams are a natural quote-unquote product of cellularly tuned consciousness. As fire gives off light, cellularly tuned consciousness gives off dreams. Such a consciousness is at a state of being in which its reality generates more energy and power than it can physically express in its brilliant intersection with physical reality. The quote-unquote sparks generated by each instant of its existence cause additional experiences, perceptions, that will not fit in the known moment of the present. For by then, in your terms, that moment has already vanished into the past. These events and responses continue to operate, however, particularly in the dream state, where they do not intersect directly with full physical experience as waking events do. All of these parallel or alternate experiences are then used to construct the physical events that you recognize. Again, you speak a sentence truly so that the end of it comes smoothly, though when you begin it, you may not have known consciously what you were going to say. Some part of you knew the sentence's beginning and end at once, however. In dreams, you know the beginning and end of events in the same fashion. Any one action in your life is taken in context with all of the other events from your birth to your death. Now, it seems to you that because you speak one sentence at any given time, rather than 10 other possible versions of it, the sentence as spoken is the quote-unquote correct one. Its probable variations in grammar or tense or inflection escape you entirely. Yet unconsciously, you may have tried out and discarded all of those, even though you have no memory of such experiences. So even in forming sentences, you deal with probabilities, and to some extent or another, your body mimics, say, the various muscular responses that might be involved with each unspoken sentence. Even as you speak your sentence with such fine conscious nonchalance, inner choices are still being made as you unconsciously check your communications against events occurring outside you as you speak. So, while each action of your life is taken in context with all other actions of your life until your death, this does not mean that your death is predestined to occur at any given time. As you might change your sentence in the middle from one version to another without even being consciously aware of it, so as you live your life, you also work with probabilities. You are the self who speaks the sentence, and you are the self who lives the life. You are larger than the sentence that you speak, and larger than the life you live. You cannot remember all of the sentences you spoke today. You may have a general idea of what you said. It certainly seems to you that you said one thing at any given time rather than something else. It also seems that witnesses would back you up. It certainly seems that waking events are more steady and dependable than dream events. Waking events happen and vanish quickly. They are experienced directly, with the senses fully participating. But for the instant involvement, you give up larger dimensions of the same actions that exist, but beneath the senses' active participation. In dreams, the preparations for experienced events take place, not only in the most minute details, but in the larger context of the world scene. Events fit together, forming a cohesive whole that gives you a global scale of activities. The quote-unquote future history of the world, for example, is worked out now, as in the dream state, each individual works with the probable events of private life. That private life exists, however, in a context, social, political, and economic, which is unconsciously apprehended. When a person constructs various probable realities in the dream state, he or she does so also in the larger context in which the probable status of the world is known. Here, events are connected one to the other in a psychic webwork that is far more effective than your physical technological system of communication. Here, reality codes are utilized. Knowledge is received and transmitted in electromagnetic patterns, so that one pattern can carry far more units of information than anything you have, technologically speaking. Each cell in the body does its part in picking up such signals and transmitting them. Such decoding also takes place at that level, so that pertinent information is sent where it belongs, physically speaking. Much information does not even reach the brain. The mind is aware of such data, however. In man, the psychic physical structure has at every moment a complete up-to-date picture of pertinent information about all events that will in any way affect the organism. All actions are taken with this information available. In the dream state, such data becomes transformed again into pseudo-physical pictures, reflections of events that might occur, previews of probable sequences. These are flashed before a consciousness that momentarily focuses upon the inner rather than the outer arena of reality. Now, these previews are played out not only for the mind, but for the body as well. In sleep, again, each cell calculates the effect of various probable events upon its own reality. Computations are made so that the body's entire response can be ascertained ahead of time, and the advantages and disadvantages weighed. The body participates in dreaming at the most minute levels. The atoms and molecules themselves possess kinds of consciousness impossible for you to analyze, because the scales of activities are so different. They are information-gathering processes, however, containing codified electromagnetic properties that slip between all of your devices. The atoms and molecules and all of the seemingly smaller quote-unquote particles within them are, again, information-carrying processes, and upon them depends your entire interpretation of the nature of events. Again, cellularly attuned consciousness generates dreams. Consciousness, riding on a molecular back, generates a physical reality and events suited to it. Thinking also rests firmly in the reality of cellularly attuned consciousness. Thought takes time and exists by virtue of cellular composition. Consciousness not focused in cellular construction involves itself with a kind of direct cognition, involving comprehensions that come in a more circular fashion. The creative act is your closest experience to direct cognition. While your consciousness thinks of itself in physical terms, whether you are living or dead, then you will still largely utilize